Good evening, Club Cult. Welcome, welcome. We're like roughly halfway through our next TNR goal, which is so amazing. I'm so grateful. This week is going to be the weirdest weather to try and trap, though. This is not ideal. That's okay. We'll try. If we have to reschedule, then we'll reschedule. Put everything where it needs to be. Load up the Serena spam, and then we're gonna bop in with Miss PB. She's being such a little gremlin today. She's being the gremlin today that I thought she was gonna be last night. She's silly. Welcome to the Stream the Dreams Project, everybody. Oh my god, my heart is exploding. I have to show you guys something I've been obsessed with lately. I follow a horse on Instagram. His name is Hunk. And there he is. He's a very handsome little fella, he is. Well, he's a big fella, but still. He's a rescued Mustang, or formerly wild Mustang. I don't exactly know how he was acquired, but I would assume ethically. I don't think he was pulled from a kill pen. I don't actually know his origin story. I just really enjoy all of their posts. He's so cute. Look at that little face. He had a best girlfriend out in the wild, and the person who owns him was able to somehow get her trapped through a roundup or something, and she's bringing them together so that they can meet again. Here she is. She's so pretty. Her name's Ariel. There you go. They just unloaded her from wherever she came from. Why is Instagram so loud?
There you go.
She's so pretty. She's so dirty, though. Can't tell if she's more like gray coated or like truly brown. She has her winter coat on too. She's fluffy.
Hi.
She's such a thick head.
Yeah.
She's like, what in the hell is going on here? Where am I? What is this? She's so pretty, though. Love her big, thick head. I have horses. I'm gonna have horses that look like pibbles. Big, thick heads. She's so pretty. But they met today. I saw this while I was taking the dogs out. Oh, they only posted an hour ago. This made my night. It's beautiful. It's like a modern Spirit and Rain love story. It's so beautiful. They love each other.
Yeah.
I feel like horses have to have at least as good of memory recollection as cats and dogs. And if you've known a cat or a dog for 3 months, they will never forget you for like the next 10 years, which is crazy. When I learned that, it made me feel really bad about Daisy and Stripes and Nibbler. Like, oh, they're always going to remember me in some way, which is beautiful. But they're all happy. They're not going to miss me. Also, I feel like they're formative years, too. Like, I don't know. Maybe, like, when we're babies, we don't remember things. Maybe they don't remember things when they're babies, too.
Yeah.
I'm sure they don't remember crawling around being little mice. Isn't that meeting so sweet? I guess Hunk's general introductions with other horses that he doesn't know. And it's been, I think, a few years since they've seen each other.
Did you not just realize?
Usually he pins his ears and gets cranky. And he's so happy.
I'm crying.
See, I can't tell if he's like trying to be rude. Or if he's like, hey, girl, this is how the food basket works.
Of course.
You're giving her kisses. Just the heart. You're so happy.
That was hug. Oh, you guys. Oh my god, sweethearts.
She seems like when she's pinning her ears that she's more irritated by the bars than by him. Not there, I don't know, but... And cute little knickers. It's just the most happiest thing ever. It makes my life. Made it to the seminar yesterday. I was determined to not miss it again. It was basically the same thing. So I wouldn't have really missed much, and I didn't miss much last month. But it's nice to have a refresher course. It's like rereading a book. You get new details and new little pieces of plot that you would have just glazed over in your prior read. Let's go see Miss Peebs. Oh, I forgot. Or did I? No, I did not. I just left it open. Little Miss Peebee. She's being such a little gremlin tonight. I cannot get over it. At some point, I'll have to run back for my charge cord. But not yet. Actually, I can just leave it plugged on the side and then it's there when I want it. It'll just be a built-in toy for Peebs. And flip us over. Oh god, fancy little Gunther. Gunther pulled a prank on me last, like, I don't know, 60 hours. He stopped eating his food after we came back from the vet on Friday. And it turns out he's just stopped liking his food, I think. Because I tried giving him a different can this morning, and he was like, oh, this is fantastic, this is perfect, nothing is wrong, and I'll eat. And he was eating treats. So he just suddenly decided that he doesn't like his food. Which, I don't know, I guess, like, after, Lord, 2023, after 3 years, I mean, I guess I would be sick of eating the same thing every day, too. I don't blame him. But that was not ideal. Hello, Voya. I'm creeping out. One last sip of coffee. Set up chat. You are so beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. My Voya boo. Why are you looking so snarky? You got that face about you. That face, that face. That's glorious face. Tank test. And tank test. Good to go. I have back. I do have backs. I think. Are they real? Yes. It's handy dandy. Wait, no, there we go. Mr. Bean, are you looking so judgmental? Why? You just have to activate the level meter. Sweet boy. Sweet boy. Mr. Gunther. The chair is like completely sideways now, which I think is hilarious. It maybe needs a little bit of work. We're so cute and sweet. Next time, just tap me on the shoulder and say, Mom, I don't like the food. Surprised he wasn't more like forward about it. Now that he's a person and can use his words. When I first adopted him, when he was hungry, he'd smack me on the head, like hard with nails. I thought, oh God, who did I just adopt? What did I do? I wouldn't return him, but like, did I adopt a cat that's just going to abuse me? And then, we have Tank, so that's how it goes. But, hello, Ty, you're going to get a bath tonight. You're going to get a bath tonight. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? So I don't want to go to my house. You gotta, though. Since my mom left her hair all crazy. You gotta wash the shelter off. It's been 2 weeks after your neuter. Miss Peebers. Hello, Tiny Bean. I can never close this with my left hand. I always think that I can. Oh, well, you push the shoe into it. Or, no? I don't know what happened there. Where you going, Cozy Bean? You're wild. You're wild. What did you do with everything in here? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I thought you were gonna do really pulley ollies. Okay, I guess not. I guess not. Come here. Come here. Oh, I missed you so big. We snuggled this afternoon, but I still missed you so big. Yes, I did. You cutest little bubbaloo. Oh, we lost power and it stopped your tablet. Boo. We had big storms earlier. Now we're gonna have big snows tonight. It's gonna get cold. Big snow coming. Big snow coming. Does that make you happy? Are you making biscuits? You're lucky. Whenever you were lost and lonely outside, you didn't have snow. Very lucky. It was an odd burst of slightly above freezing days. I love you. I love you so much. I love you so much. I do. Can we put your tablet back on, Boo? Maybe. You have your PBS Kids so you can learn. Be an educated kitty. I don't even know what this one is. The live stream is fun in STEM. There's like 3 different shows that cycle through it. What you doing, Rolly Polly? She's so silly. You're so weird. I love you. Make you some Lecco? Make you some Lecco? You're probably just gonna wait for me by the door like a weirdo. Because I love you and you love me too, and you're going to steal my toes? You're going to steal my toes? Those are my toes. I grew them myself. Grow your own toes. Grow your own toes. You're hilarious. Hi, back it up. Thank you. Oh, that's what I was thinking. It's a blanket thing. Good boy, Ty. You're getting more and more patient with your existence. Yes, that's what we wanted. Here's your probiotic. Oh, darling, have to make you the weird meat flavored milk. I think, I don't know. What are the actual ingredients? I just buy what I'm told. Yeah, it has dried chicken liver. I think that's the only meaty thing, though. I wonder what the sugar in it balances out, or if it helps the probiotic bacteria. You stir it a little more. Cats can't taste sugar. I think sugar balances out bitter, so maybe there's something naturally bitter about it. Little peeps. Gotta mix it up, Sissy. Gotta mix it up. Hi, Goober. Why are we like trying to balance around the cube that got decubed? Huh? Why are we trying to balance around that? That's foolish. You're like a frother. Can you say hi, puppy? Can you say hi, puppy? Say hi, puppy. Ready? Get some yums. Are you dodging around the spoon? One. Good job. Two. And the three. They're just being stupid. Just let them do what they do. You're just being dogs. Three more. Number four. Number five. Cute little hamster. Number six. Good job, Stinky. Good job. Good job. Oh. Very good job. You're the best good girl. You're the best good girl. Nope. You just almost somersaulted. You're scratching things. We still haven't gotten your nails done, girlfriend. Can we try that again? Oh, yeah. Hello. Can we try? Can we just try? You're really not having this lately, are you? Too, Mom, I got things to do. I got places to be. I got people to meet. Now let's try this. Last time you let me do it with the ugly bathrobe on. Maybe you will. Maybe you're just too zazzed. Come here. Come here, Zazzy girl. Oh, you got your wild eyes on. That's not happening. You got your wild eyes on. You're so goofy. Get your wild eyes on. What you doing, Stinky? I don't even know what you're after. What are you after? Hi, Beebs. Whoa. What happened there? Whoa. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, skidderp. You silly baby. Peekaboo. Where'd you... Really? I was gonna do peek with you. I was gonna do peek. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. You got me. You did it. You did it. You got me. Bang, bang. You shot me down. Bang, bang. Awful sound. Bang, bang. I hit the ground. My baby ran through the tunnel and attacked me now. Boo! A boo! You're such a cautious little hunter. Oh my goodness. What's the thought process for that one, Sissy? I love the weird little circles you go into. You're such a strange bird. I don't really understand your thought process, but I love that for you. I'm glad that makes you happy. It's so sneaky. Peek! Oh, I know, I'm a jerk. I can't help it. I can't help it. Oh. My little sandlot beastie. Little sandlot beastie. You can go for chair or for tunnel. You have an A path and a B path here. Lucky for you, I'm an empath. You do as you please, darling. You gonna figure out how to go through yet? She knows she can do it. She's just weirded out by it. You're so silly. You're so silly. So you can go through. You're big and brave. Oh, you can do it. You don't. You can fit through. You don't have to turn around. You're confused. And you're just rumbling. You're echoing rumbles in your rumble chamber. Oh, big sea beast. She's so tired out from being so wild. Just cuddly with your face in there. Hi. Hello, baby gremlin. Oh, it's a happy pie. You're so satisfied with yourself. I don't know what you're celebrating right now, but I'm very happy for you. You're just happy to be so spoiled. You are so spoiled. You are so spoiled. Where are we going now? We're nuts about this. You being secret stealth kitty, secret squirrel. You kind of look like a squirrel, Peavy. You have more of like a pocket pet look about you than a cat look. Oh, you're so sneaky. Peekaboo. 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 Peek. What is your thought process, darling? Where'd you go? Hi. That's my pocket. That's my pocket, so I can bring my phone. There's my pocket. Doot, 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 doot. 3, 2. Oh, pranks. I thought you were going to come around the other way. You showed me. Peek. Peek. You can do it. You can do it. Go on through. Look, you can do it. Go on through. Go on through. You can do it. Her little ears get all twitchy when she's focused. Oh, you were supposed to go the other way. You can do it. You can be brave. You can be brave. You smushed the cube. I don't know what to tell you for that one. You smushed it. Little tech support. Oh, happy. Are you looking for love in all the crazy places? Yeah. You're so weird. Get the wide angle. You're so weird. We love you. Peek. Are you going for plays or you want roly-poly lovin's? I don't know what you want. You don't know what you want. You want to play and you want love at the same time. You're like Tank, but on a smaller scale. It's gremlin time. Can you get your toy? Did you get your toy? You can get it. Oh, you're teething hard today. You want to chew on that, really? She's being very crazy and bitey earlier. I have a feeling we're going to find some more baby teeth soon. Honestly, I'll probably find one of them stuck into one of my socks. You're so silly. Give you a mohawk while you're still all floofy. She's starting to shed all the big floof out. It's turning into like more of a normal coat. It's still thick and wild, but
Or does that feel good? Does it feel so good? Arr, 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 arr. Now you gotta attack. Arr, 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 arr. Do you need privacy? Oh, okay.
Where are you running off to, little one? Hi. You're very cute. You're very wonderful. You're very marvelous. You're very tack in the furniture. You don't really climb it though, which I find interesting. You do that. Void loves to do that around the side of the bed. Is you climbing? Is you stuck? What you doing, Stinky? You get that pocket? Get it. Get it. That pocket deeply offended you. It talked shit about your mama. Told lies about your daddy. Do. Did you spoop yourself? Are you gonna dress up as a ghost for Halloween? Say, no, I'm gonna pretend to be invisible. It's a peekaboo. Wish I could have just 30 seconds to know what goes on in her head. Like if that's all I could have, that would be more than enough. I love all of your wild choices. I don't understand them. But I love them. Oh, good save. Say good catch, Mom. You get the shorts pocket. Oh my god. I didn't anticipate that would be a thing. But you're smart. You're very smart. Thirsty and hungry time? No, it's prank mom time. Welcome, Spooks. It's the safe for work version of Girls Gone Wild. Well, girl in this case. The last season was girls. The new season is just girl. Unless I go running through the tunnel. But I don't think that's gonna happen. No free butts. Which way are you going? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I hope the weekend has been kind to you. It does have like very 90s unstabilized vibes. Like very as stabilized as possible, but definitely handheld. I thought you're sly. You're a sly fox. Peek. Peek. She says, I gonna get you. I gotta get you. That is like a high compliment. I love Zaboomafoo. I am honored. I finally feel like a professional. Zabu, meanwhile, blinking around in PB land. You can be PB-a-foo. Oh, no, it sounds like I'm calling you a fool. I'm the fool. You are the cute little gremlin, Boo. I give them a lot of credit for all of the good camera work that they're able to do, because they, I mean, deal with, to some extent, oh, there's string hanging from that, socialized wild animals, but still wild animals. There's a string hanging from the sheet over here. I don't want her to chew it. Oh no. Peepers, would you like to take over while Mother fixes this? That would be good. She's doing crazy laps. Went for a walk on the beach for the first time this year. Aw, nice. Is the weird ass winter storm that's hitting in the Midwest coming your way? Where'd I put the skizzers? I'm hoping not too, so you can get more beach time. It's a very rude storm. I'm not looking forward to this. It rained all day and evening. Now it's gonna snow all night. I'm jealous you got beach time. That's awesome. I bet that was very relaxing. You're doing big laps. Now you're just gonna observe and watch my evil deeds unfold. Merp. There's a cord in the way, so we're just gonna frame you out there. Wonder how the camera people who do late shows deal with the wild animals when they come in. Oh yeah, I wonder if maybe like they film in a different time zone. I don't exactly know how all of those things go or work. But I bet it's like way past the animal's bedtime, and I wonder if they're like cranky or irritated, or how do they handle all of that? I guess with enough treats you can bribe anyone and anything, but it is an interesting point to raise. Yeah, they wouldn't have any experience either. That's worrisome. Yay! I will take all of the snow if it keeps it away from you. You've had enough winter storms this season. Oh my goodness.
What are you doing, Tiny?
Oh! Well, I mean, I got you on camera, but at the cost of flipping the tripod. Hee hee. Say, Mom, you know nothing. Please don't let me have broken this. I don't want to break more things. Okay. Stabilized. Peeps! Little baby bean. Jack Hanna's been on David Letterman. I love Jack Hanna. He's a cutie. Oh no. There's a clip where the bird got loose in the studio and is up in the rafter. He seemed to have trouble getting a shot of it, I can imagine. I wonder if it pooped on anyone in the audience. That's that probably shouldn't be my first thought, but now I'm curious. I do wonder too, like if for situations on live TV, no matter how docile the animal is, if they give them like a dose of gabapentin or something, not to drug them out, but just to take away from the anxiety of all of the cameras and all of the lights and all of the people. It's like they're themselves, but they're not as stressed out by it. Not saying they like drug them, but just in terms of making it as comfortable of an experience for the animal to perform per se as possible. Oh, I gotta look up a little Jack Hanna segment when we get back to the main station. Actually, I could stand to charge my phone for a little bit before we give Tiger a bath. We gotta deal with more closet tonight, Petey. I don't wanna, but we're gonna. You're so tall and brave. Her PBS is STEM focused. I don't know, it's like 3 different shows that go together. It's all about girls in STEM. We're raising a genius over here. You're so cute and silly. Ah, Savinia. I feel like she's finally proportionate looking. I was saying that the other night, but I couldn't really get a good shot of her to like show that. You're finally looking like a cat who's like grown into yourself. You're still very small. But oh, sorry, privacy. You're growing into yourself now, I think. Did you just squeak? You really She used the litter box as a launch pad, not to go potty, but as a launch pad to get up into the blanket and the chair like that. Ma'am, you're silly. You got big zazzy energy tonight. I think she's teething hardcore tonight. She's been kind of like frantic all day. It's a light. You can get the light. You can get it. You can get it. You gonna make those dollars on the pole? Don't fall over. We were napping earlier and she almost fell over the side of the couch. I had to catch her. Like, what is going on with you, girlfriend? You're wild. Get it. Get it. She can't get it. If she can get it, I'll be shocked. You're wild. You're wild. Where are you gonna go from there? Where will I go from here? Oh, Peebee. A little baby Einstein you are. Oh, she's so smart. She's trying from a different angle. She says, I need to work on my summer tan. Let me under. Zoom in. She did lose the dwarfiness. She's still a little, like, weird in her back legs, but she's still having tummy troubles, so it kind of makes sense that she's a little uncomfortable in the rear quadrant. Oh my god, you're obsessed with chasing my pocket. My pocket has buttons and flaps, and she's obsessed with it. They're so goofy. She still has, like, small eyes and an apple head, but I think she's just going to be a smaller cat. You grew into yourself, finally. It only took, like, 14 weeks. Or, wait, 14 minus 6, 8 weeks. I'm confused about the indoor sun. This isn't a tanning bed, excuse me? Excuse me? No, it really bites my ass in the not annoying way. Petey. The other pocket's attached. It's still buttoned. Sorry, she got offended. Offended. You still curious about that? You're getting so big. You're so small, but you're getting so big. Peek. Peek. She's not even into peekaboo anymore. She's just on a demon mission. You and Slavka are gonna tear up the house. She's a 10-second car in cat body. Oh yeah, lick the floor. That's really high IQ of you. You look like you have a dunce hat on with the blankets. Mama. Mama. You have the most endless curiosity. I'll give you your privacy. Unless you're gonna use it as a launch pad again. No, we do big girl bathrooms now. Good job. Good job. Proud of you, PB. Been watching a lot of Hell's Kitchen lately. Is it actually like a good show to get into? I've only seen it in passing because my grandpa used to have it on. And then he got super into the kids version of Hell's Kitchen, whatever Gordon Ramsay's like kid kitchen setup was. And he loved that one. It was so cute and wholesome. He was so nice to the kids. I was surprised. Good job, sis. Can be pretty addicting when you want to start a season. Oh god, yeah. How does it work? Is it just cooking? Oh, wait, let me find my words. Is it just um like a basic cooking competition, like whose dish is best, or do people like progress through each episode? And then someone's the winner at the end of the season. Good job. Oh, that is nice that each season is self-contained. So it would be like one winner at the end then, I would guess. They have two kitchens, they're competing each night. Oh, that makes a lot more sense then. So people are more like working as a team rather than individuals. Get to pocket. There you go. One more pocket chase. And then we're going to charge the phone a little bit and then give Tiger a bath. Bath time. Oh, you're so tall. You're so tall. She reminds me of one of those little tiny desert cats. You upgraded from baby bobcat to desert cat. Peekaboo. Yeah, uppy boo. When she's really determined to do a big leap, she does a little trill before it. And I love it. It's like she's revving up her engine. Like when you're sitting at the light and you're vroom, 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 and then you take off. That's what she's doing. Pew! You're so cute and silly. Aw, is he giving hugs? She says, love you, Club Colt. And I'm gonna scritch into itchins. Do challenges where they cook solo, but those are at the start of the episode. And the winner of the challenges gets a reward each episode. That sounds really cool. I feel like watching him would stress me out, but I feel like it would be enjoyable to watch everyone's cooking process, if that makes sense. I feel like watching Gordon Ramsay sometimes would be like when you're like at a friend's house and like their parents are yelling at them and you just hear it awkwardly in the other room. And it's like uncomfortable. But from a TV perspective. Cats have incredible jumping power. Their anatomy actually works the opposite of dogs, which is why dogs are often huge runners and not big jumpers, and cats are more jumpy. So, roughly like 60% of a dog's power comes from their back legs, and it's the opposite for cats. So, about 60% of, I don't know where any percent of PV went right now. 60% of their running power comes from their front legs, which is why they're so good at landing on their feet. They can kind of like have a perception of forward more. You are unhinged right now. My goodness, girlfriend. So they can really pull them up like to high places just by guiding themselves with their front legs, pushing off, and then using like their back legs for some extra torque. Like Slavka can jump, oh my god, like as high as the average refrigerator at the very least. Did you embarrass yourself? You jumped on your tunnel. That's why cats more often than not will injure their front legs, and dogs will injure their back legs, though, when they're being too rambunctious. Peekaboo! Okay, you got me. You got us. You did it. You did it. I'm proud of you. You did it. That's my knee. That's my knee. There's my knee. Unhinged. She said, tag, you're it. I feel like I would jump into like mama bear mode if I really liked one of the contestants and he would be being mean to them on TV. Like, not my contestant. You be nice to her or him. Abadoo. Boy, I thought you were gonna jump. I was trying to sound effect it. It didn't happen. Go in the tunnel. You can do it. You can do it. Is the thing about cats landing on their feet true? Kind of. I would say it's like 90% true. 9 times out of 10, a cat will land on their feet, but they don't always have the best judgment of distance. And it kind of depends what they're jumping off of too. Like a cat stuck on like the top of an electrical post, for instance, because it's just a straight up object, they have trouble gauging the distance of down. But like if a cat is up in a tree and they can go like doot, 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 and then jump down even a large distance, they're more likely to successfully complete that jump versus if they tried to jump down like something straight. If they're able to zigzag a little bit or like manipulate their movement to more than just one isolated area, it's way more likely that they'll land on their feet. Hi, Bippy. Although there's a cat on the roof of the Franch, which, I mean, I guess that is something you can zigzag around. There's a little tuxedo up there. I wasn't there at the time, but he was up on the roof and he was able to get down, which is arguably a pretty straight down jump. And he did really good. I was freaking out about it. But he made it. He was okay. I love you, Tiny. I love you, Tiny. You look like a little bread loaf in a bread box. Alright, little PB Boomafoo. I want to see some, oops, Jack Hanna interviews. He has the Columbus Zoo, doesn't he? Is he even still alive? I feel like I Googled this a couple years ago and I found out that his wife has dementia, but I'm pretty sure he's still alive. I love you, peeps! Come here, give me a snuggle. Give me a snuggle. Give me a snuggle. He says, no, I'm too wild right now, Mom. Maybe later. That's our girl. That's our girl. Little PB pants. Peeberoni macaroni. She's crazy. But we love her. She's crazy, but we love her. Oh, I gotta put your Malacco back in the refrigerator. We almost forgot. Where's Tiger? Oh, he's like, please don't give me a bath. Please. Please don't give me a bath, Mama. You're looking really salty, my friend. You're looking salty. I can't go around all of you and the tripod at once, you children. Children. You're gonna get a bath tonight, assuming that I can get you into the tub. I don't know exactly how that will work. I will try to lift you. We'll find out. The kitchen is so muddy. It's been so rainy today. I took the dogs out this evening and Ringo got so soaked. He came inside and he shook and he made a shower. As if I had taken the sprayer from the kitchen sink and just pointed it at the entryway of the house. That's what it was like. It was so wet. It was so splashed. I've never seen my kitchen so wet. He's such a big dog and he holds so much moisture. His coat like wicks it. He has a good waterproof coat, so it just collects on the top. Flip us over. My hair is wild tonight, but so is the weather. We're gonna give the dog a bath, so we're gonna deal with this when we want to later. You're gonna come on, Mr. Bean? Say no, Mom, that's okay. Okay. Wrong device. Charge. I think I saw something blurb up in Discord. Selfishly hoping it's Jack Hanna. There was one or two really fun personalities that you end up rooting for. I often don't like reality TV or like competition TV because I feel like it gets really dramatic and silly. But I also, on the flip side, think I could probably tolerate Hell's Kitchen because we already know Gordon Ramsay is ridiculous. I think he's probably there's probably a little bit of inner drama between the contestants, but most of it is probably him. Mm. Do 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 do. Info drops. Oh, little baby tiger. Why is he so cute? Why is he so cute? Where is Discord? Where did you go? You left me. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Baby tiger. Oh my god. Excuse me. It's a baby dog.
Hey, we're back with Jungle Jack Hanna. He's been a friend since
Jungle Jack Hanna.
You remember the first time you...
What would my name be? Snaky Serena TV? No, that sounds bad. I want a cool name like Jungle Jack.
You're on the show? Oh, yeah. Valentine's Day, 1985. It was incredible.
He's
day.
young there. Oh, 85 to 86. He's too young for me there. I like when he looks like a grandpapa. 79 years old. Oh, he's such a cutie. He's such a cutie. Pretty sure his wife has dementia. Or maybe he had dementia. Oh, it was him, not his wife. I was totally wrong. I think he used to breed pigs. Or no, he used to breed donkeys. It was him, not his wife. I thought it was Sue that was diagnosed. Oh, I mean, it's sad either way. But But Jack Hanna, I love you. I love you. He still does some social media stuff. Well, his kids were really involved in the show, and his grandkid too. So I would guess that they help a lot too. It seemed like Sue was really passionate about being a part of it as well. If anything is cooked wrong, he makes everyone gather around as he berates it. Jesus. It's terrible. I don't know. I feel like the way that he interacts with his... And again, this is just from seeing snippets of Hell's Kitchen. The way he interacts with his contestants is like being a bad dog trainer. Like, not of a bad dog, but like being a bad trainer. Like, instead of focusing on motivation and reward and regularity, it's just like, look, no, you shit on the floor, you're bad. And it makes me uncomfortable.
Tonight is the director of one of the leading zoos in the country. We've invited him tonight to bring some of the animals.
I want to see the bird fly around.
Welcome. The director of
yeah.
Mr. Jack
I don't agree with that mentality. I mean, some dogs you definitely need like a quote like heavier hand for. Like Diesel. Diesel does not listen unless like if he's very locked into something, you have to do the big mean man voice for him to listen. So where instead of, Diesel sit, it's Diesel sit. And I feel like a demon being the worst creature that there ever was, but it gets your attention. It gets your attention.
Nice to see you, Jack. Thank you for being here, sir.
But I don't think there's any reason to ever shove a dog's face in something.
What kind of monkeys are they?
They don't learn from that.
Give you nuts?
Oh, a dog doesn't understand what it's being punished for directly.
No, I don't have any.
They only know if they're pleasing you or displeasing you.
Now, are they, wait a minute, this one's...
Most dogs respond a lot better to distraction than...
Yeah, but these are capuchin monkeys, and these were in research in the
Oh,
zoo.
little buddies.
Miska raises these.
Than being directly berated.
What do you mean they were in research?
They were in research facilities.
Like, it's much more effective if a dog shits on the floor and they're not supposed to, and you're working on potty training to simply no and have them sit next to it for a moment, like not facing it, but no, that's not what we do. Go outside immediately after and then come back inside and distract with a toy. So it's always ending on a positive note. It's one of the most important things about training that I've learned, or animal interaction that I've learned, is always end things on a positive note.
And the Columbus Zoo, they were through with the research, so we got the monkeys. And we have them down at our children's zoo. This
They're
is Rusty.
monkeying
They
around
hate
like
women, by the way.
crazy.
They absolutely hate women. I don't mean that. It's only because the women were in research that worked on them. Here.
So that's not necessarily a characteristic of the breed.
No.
These two particular monkeys don't like women.
Yeah, most monkeys like women, but these two were in the research thing, and
Why do monkeys not like women?
they would just pull her hair out. They jump right.
You're serious?
Bunch of animals out there.
You're serious that they would really react that
They would, yeah.
No kidding.
But they like Michigan. But these are capuchin monkeys, and you see they have the prehensile tail. You can see from his tail here. Let me see your tail, please.
It's a Simon tail.
Yeah, and he swings. They like you. These monkeys usually are just
Now, prehensile means that he can use it to grab with.
exactly.
And your cute little diapers
Just like
on.
the organ grinder.
Oh my
You see
God.
the people on the streets with the organ grinders.
Yeah.
But these are our children's zoo at the Columbus Zoo.
How old are these guys?
Oh, they're about 2 years and 3 years old.
And will it?
No.
Whoa!
It's a PB.
Okay. No, that's all right.
Yeah, how do you keep your wits about you for late shows like this?
Every time I raise my left hand like that, he takes a hike.
I would be way too tired to be able to mentally track two monkeys at whatever time this is on. Oh, that's a big burb.
Now they like that woman, obviously. That's not a problem.
This is something we love. This is
God, that's huge. I didn't realize they were that big. Oh my God, they're like eagle-sized.
a pelican.
Yeah, it does look like a dinosaur.
I had some fish. I want you to feed the pelican a fish. I'm sure that
I had no idea they were that big.
if somebody could get my fish.
When did they get to be that big?
Well, the fish.
So
This is Bumbly, the pelican.
thank you very much. Thank you. I was supposed to bring it up.
Those girls are working overtime in the background.
Look here. This is a pelican. They're in the southern part of the United States. Look at his pouch. He can hold up to 20 fish in this thing at one time. You can see that at home or not.
Oh my God.
All kinds of fish?
All kinds of fish. He can go ahead and just throw
How
them.
old is that?
Aww.
This bird's about 4 years old.
How old do they get to be?
Oh, they could be anywhere from 20 years old. They were endangered.
They get to be 20 years old?
Yeah.
All right.
And by the way, during breeding season, when they get ready to breed in the spring, their knot falls off here, and then that's why some people might not recognize him. But when he starts to breed, this will fall off.
Yeah. All right. And I just drop it in
Right
there?
this side.
Wow.
Okay.
Isn't it usually the opposite? Like they have the showy stuff to
There,
breed?
you know, you can see it.
Ooh, boy, are these foul. Ooh, gosh, those are awful.
There. You see how big he can make it?
Yeah.
There we go.
Did he swallow?
And just swings back.
Let me see.
Om.
There you go. You saw that. You want to do one more?
Yeah, let's try one more.
Let me get in here.
Does this bird,
He's all right.
is he all right? Does he take to captivity in a zoo all right?
Oh yeah, because they fly. Columbus Zoo is 175 acres, and we breed a lot of endangered species there, like a lot of zoos do. And he has a whole zoo to roam around.
Yeah.
There we go. Looks, he didn't like that. He didn't like that fish. hard to
What,
hold.
what kind of fish are these?
Little smell.
It's frustrating, but also my favorite part of working with animals, that they can be so unpredictable.
Fish this big?
You cannot script any of these moments.
There you go, Bumbly. Demetrius Bumbly, that's what we call him.
You know, I don't
Demetrius Bumbly. Aw, what a cute name.
Is it the bird that smells that way?
His feathers. I want to bring you out. I want to show you something I don't think everybody's.
There's two of them he hasn't eaten.
Oh, there's three of them.
Well, no, what's the
He's
matter?
like trying to get to him.
He's just a little nervous. They can bring my hip. I want to show you something that's never been out here before.
I think he wants to eat him himself instead of having it thrown into his
Look at this. I don't think David,
his mouth. Is that a baby hippo? Oh my god. No, that's the other, a tamer?
You won't feel something. Look at this. This is a pygmy hippopotamus.
A pygmy hippo.
And I don't think you see that.
It looks like a tamer. Or is tamer a baby hippo? I don't know what the fuck you are. A tapir. I guess that's what I was thinking of. No, never mind. That's not. Well, they are kind of similar looking. I give myself half a pass for that one.
You want
Lord. Can you put him up here?
He's so shiny and fat. I love him.
Way there.
he weighs about a lot more what he looks like. Come here, Spinner.
Looks like he weighs about 100 pounds.
There. This is Spinner, and by the way, this is already named
Aw.
This is not a baby hippopotamus. This is a specific
No, it's a baby pygmy hippo.
a baby pygmy.
Right. If you notice, he's got. Look at the hippo's feet. It's like a duck's foot. See the webs? That's how he swims through the water.
Oh, that's
so fast.
cool.
It's a lovely animal.
Actually, I never thought about hippo
Watch
feet.
him open his mouth and you tickle his chin.
Whether they had hooves or
Why is he covered with
split toes or what.
Saliva or whatever that is.
This
He's all
is-
wet.
you Watch this.
Oh, look at that mouth.
Look at this. See how you can make? It's like getting lanolin.
Yeah.
And that's when they're. That's silly. Oh, here, come here. I'm sorry, Spinner.
Aww.
But this is one of my favorite animals at the zoo,
So
Spinner.
when you rub him, what comes up there? What is that?
See, it's like a lanolin, like a grease, and that keeps the hippo from having dry skin.
that's
And
so
then
weird.
Also, they eat it at the nighttime. They come out and eat. In the daytime, they don't come out of the water.
So this, you take him to
Whoa.
and save the
He's water activated.
Just keep that wax. Now, how big will this animal get to be if he is a baby?
Wax on, wax
Spinner
on.
will grow to be about. I'm sorry.
He'll get to be how big?
About 500 or 600 pounds.
Oh.
Wow.
Spinner's parents are at the zoo, and the big hippos there too.
And where do we find these? What is their native land?
These are from Central Africa.
Looks like he stuck his hand in a jar of mayonnaise.
A lot more aggressive than the big Nile hippo, which weighs about 4,000 pounds.
This animal is more aggressive.
You know, the pygmy hippo, right?
And he spends how much of his day in the water?
It's like a chihuahua.
I'd say at least 16
The
hours.
the
a day.
small dog
And
complex.
what kind of stuff would he eat?
He comes out at night and eats grass and vegetation. that
Oh,
kind
no
of thing.
kidding. He's not a meat eater.
Oh no. But they are an aggressive animal in the wild.
Are they dangerous to man if they come across
If
one?
you separate them from water or try and separate, the animal from the baby, then you've got a problem.
Yeah.
And we call him Spinner because his ears spin. See, spin him. That's why I call him Spinner.
He's got such tiny ears for being so big.
That's the one of the strangle.
Oh my goodness. He's so little but so big.
He really, he's neat.
Okay, we'll do a commercial, and you got some more animals.
Oh, yeah, sure
Okay,
can.
we'll be right back with Jack Hanna.
He's so cute. He's just so doodly eyed. He looks like Gunther. He got dumb big eyes. Oh, Gunther, I gotta give you eye drops. I forgot. Do it. Okay. Gotta sneak it in while you're sleepy. Gunther has never taken eye drops before, and I recently learned from Friday till now, you gotta do it when he's sleepy. Otherwise, he freaks the fuck out.
What do you got here?
He freaks the fuck out.
Roaches I brought with me always. I can bring them on the airplane.
Oh, Lord.
Cockroaches here. But you know what? I don't.
I prefer them when they're bejeweled,
All right, this is Madagascar cockroach.
when domesticated.
I want to show you this crow will fly. It should come right back to me. Come on.
Oh, is this the bird that gets all the way up in the audience?
You know where this one came from? This one came from the Indianapolis Zoo.
Now he's out there. do we get
Henry,
him back?
Henry.
Henry.
Henry. Henry.
He's got somebody's wallet. Henry!
Hey, I don't know. Maybe it's too many people.
Uh-huh.
Maybe the trip upset him.
So whoever finds him keeps him. Is that the deal?
Yeah, darn
I
it.
think he's done really distracted by the amount of crowd.
There's not more people out here. And there is not. The crow won't hurt. You just put him on your head there. He likes to land on your head. I don't understand.
Well, you know, there was a guy who came in with a curl on his head. Really? You're not going to worry about it.
No, I'm not gonna worry about it. I tell you what.
Oh, what does he have in the carrier next to him?
Day for Valentine's Day is Arnold.
Aww,
Arnold.
Arnold. Wait, does he have the same coloring? Arnold. They had multiple pigs for Arnold in Green Acres. No, Arnold was mostly all white. Arnold.
Hi, Arnold. How are you?
Pigs are so dramatic.
And our children's group. Like, we take him all over with. He flies airplanes. He's one of my favorites.
It's like it's past my bedtime.
Have you trained Arnold to do anything?
I haven't worked with him long enough, but
He's a happy little nub. That's what Pippi looks like when she's happy. Do, 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 do.
Eat the cockroach. Come here, Arnold.
Are those cockroaches just casually chilling on the desk? Still.
Hi, Arnold. How are you? Now, how old will a pig get if he's not being used for pork products?
oh gosh, I've had a pig who lived 20 years. You know, a pig's intelligent. They're one of the most intelligent animals in the world.
They're very bright animals. Sure. And
Where is the pig?
he's right here. He's right here. He's all right.
Okay.
He's under the
This
desk.
is look at this little
Aww.
thing. I don't think many people have ever seen one. He's just a European
Just
hedgehog.
bringing out all the animals at once. Jesus.
What kind of animal is that? It looks like it's.
It's a European hedgehog. and
Is
it's
it a
The hedgehog. It's a PB.
prickly things there. And these quills, when they're little, can grow up to like an
Oh
inch
my
every
God,
15
it looks
hours.
just
That's
like
how-
Peebs.
once they're first born.
It needs a little white
Is
white
this
streak
like
over the
what we
nose.
call it a porcupine?
It's something like that. Well, not really. It's like a. Only reason I brought him is, speaking of hogs,
Arnold's eating a banana.
eating a banana.
Yeah.
But the hedgehog curls up like this for its protection. You can see how you can't touch anything.
Yeah.
But this is a European hedgehog, not like a groundhog that we have in our country.
And these grow to be what, 600-700 pounds?
Oh no, this.
So we only have groundhogs in the U.S. We don't have hedgehogs. Hedgehogs are
Yeah,
European
this is
only.
an amazing assortment of stuff. Now, please try and get your.
Climate. Whoa! There are 17 species of hedgehogs in 5 genera found throughout parts of Europe, Asia, Africa, and New Zealand by introduction. There are no hedgehogs native to Australia, and no living species native to the Americas. However, the extinct genus Amphicinus was once present in North America. What did it look like? I thought I saw a picture come up. Single specimen examined in 1998 was examined to have a weight of, oh my god, that's tiny. That's like 2-day-old baby kitten. 175 grams. Jeez. $18.50. Discovered by a Frenchman.
Bird back.
I didn't know we didn't have
You
hedgehogs.
got a cockroach and a
I
pig.
know.
wandering around.
I'll get them all.
Jack, congratulations on all the good work you're doing at the zoo, and thank you very much for being here. Nice meeting you. Yes, sir.
I have a feeling it's going to be a loud ride home for them. Happy Arnold and the banana. Aww. You gonna get the crow back? That would make me nervous. Birds make me nervous. I don't know. Maybe I'd trust Jack Hanna though. That's really cute. We have time when we're done with Mr. Tiger's bath and buttoning up my closet. I want to bop back into more. That's really adorable. Thank you for sharing, Smoops. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder how long it took them to catch the bird. I have a feeling they probably waited until just the entire show was over for the night, and they probably had people clear out slowly. Or like separate from the area, like move down to corners, just so it'd be calmer. I don't know. I don't know much about crows though. I don't know how stubborn they are. I know they're very smart. And being smart generally makes you stubborn. That's because I'm highly intelligent and I know that. Alright, puppy bath time. Pupper dupper bath time. I have no idea how this is gonna go. Oh, it's Med's o'clock first. And get this all set up. Did any of the feral friends come by in the rain? I kind of doubt it. This is such a horrible week for weather to try and trap. We have the TNR appointment on the 18th, so it means I need to trap the night of the 17th. And no one has been by tonight. So I need to pick up their food, because it's probably mushy smushy. And take my meds, and then we're gonna bump in with Mr. Tigra. Think therefore I'm stubborn? Yes. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you're gonna think for yourself, I would think. And therefore, the more stubborn you are about your scruples in life. So it makes sense. Hello, baby Gunther. We love you. We gotta bring in the outside food. We are on a schedule. Either turning into like the lightest sleet ever or like the most best attempt of frozen rain that could be. It's very ucky out. I don't like it. I cannot believe it's gonna fucking snow tonight. Like, why? Why does that need to happen? Hello, baby boy. You know something is up. You do. Try to let him outside. He's by the back door and he didn't want to go out earlier because of the rain. And it's still raining, but maybe he has to pee more than he has to be scared right now. You gotta go pee pee? You gotta go pee pee? Mr. Gunther. Hello. Hello, my little football. Did you decide to scare me and make me think that you don't eat and instead you just stopped liking your food? Yes. You're so cute. You're my little football. My little baby football. Alright, the boy is gonna get a bath. He went out, he tried, and he did not accomplish anything. He thought about accomplishing something. And he changed his mind. He said it's raining, that's scary. Maybe he has a 24-hour bladder like Chauncey. Chauncey would hold it literally until the weather would stop, even if it would rain for a whole damn day. It was felt so bad. And check battery. 54. Should be enough for bath, and then when we jump down to closet, I'll have to plug it into charge. So bright. So bright. You flip us over.
That's so fluffy. I wonder why, Gunther. I wonder why. Pocket. Pocket, pocket. Coffee. Bath time. Bath time, bath time. Bath time, bath time. I'm gonna put my hair in a ponytail. It's everywhere. It's everywhere, Tigra. Are you gonna let me do this? Really hope so. I mean, I understand if you don't like baths, but pretty sure you've probably had a bath in your life. Maybe not, you never know, but just really interested in the bathroom pretty much only because the cat food bowls are in here still. Pick those up. I don't know if I'm gonna have to lift you in or if I can lure you in with treats. Maybe I can lure you in with treats. Do I have the clippy in here still? Yes. I need the extension though. There, so you have something to stand on. Where's the extension? There's the other one. No. Leave it be. Hi. Hey, sweet guy. I found some tunes for you. This is all Fluffy from Pippi. You seem very curious now. Yeah, Pippi got a haircut so she could meet you. You could look all pretty for you. She had to impress you. The Pippi floof off of here. What the Pippi floof? Should be long enough for him. Hi. Randy thing. Never bought or had so many dog treats in my life as I do right now. I got some new ones the other day. They're on clearance for Christmas stuff, but they're not like expired. They're beef and carrot. He's super into those. Okay, are you coming inside? Come here. Come on, you can do it. There's one for free, so you know what you're in for. Come on. Come on. You can do it. I think you can do it. You can do it. Come here. All the way. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up. Sorry, I taught Chauncey to climb in the tub. Yeah, good boy. Good boy. Come on. Good job. There's Happy-a. Do you need help with your butt? Look, it's solid ground. Oh, so close. You're trying, though. You're trying. Come on. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, all the way. Good job. Good job. You gotta get dressed your back half. There you go. Good job, son. You don't have much. He is a big dog. You don't have much room to turn around. You don't look like a big dog to me until you're in small dog situations. You gotta put this on because I don't know if you'll go running out of the tub. Oh, my mom has to fix it. It's stupid. There, so you're secure. It's okay. You're shaking already. Get it off. I don't want it. Wait. I don't think that lashes anymore. Treat. Good boy. Aww. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of you. Good boy. Okay, you're gonna stay. You're gonna stay. You're gonna stay. Good job. I had Chauncey doing this for the first time. The first thing he did when I walked out was he jumped out too. No, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. You gotta chill with it for a sec. You gotta chill with it for a second. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. There's a choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Had some Christmas themed edibles recently. Aw. All my boys are having the good Christmas goodies. Hoping they weren't chicken and apple flavored though. Or chicken and carrot. I can't remember. Beef and carrot. I was totally wrong. You just have a lot of treats. I can't keep track of them all. Must have been the last batch that's sitting around. Well, it still lasts like a good year and a half, I think. Bloop bloop. I just finished a bottle of edible stuff like edible drinkies. It's like a syrup. It's good. I think the brand is Ciroc or something. And I had bought it before conventions last year, and I just finished it a couple weeks ago. Coercion. Tub is safe brainwashing. Welcome to Mad Topher. I hope the weekend has been kind to you so far. Isn't he the most precious? Welcome, DJ Cliche. This is Tigra, my little Thundercat dog. He's getting his first bath. He's a little over 2 weeks past his neuter. And we're gonna finally get to wash the shelter off of him. No more shelter smells. You're gonna smell like lavender and blueberries. Just gotta figure out how to unclip your collars. There you go, son. There you go, son. A cranberry with Christmas spice. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds very good. I should probably throw your collar in the wash too. Are you gonna be a big baby for that? I think he knows what's happening now. He's doing a pre-shake. He's not even wet yet. He is a precious little baby. I love him. I love him. You're gonna be nice and clean. Are you ready? You're gonna be brave. You're gonna be very brave. No, we're gonna stay in. Just for a couple minutes. I'm a professional at this, okay? I can be fast and good. I can be fast and good, yes. I actually have a feeling my vet is gonna ask me sometime within the next few months if I still groom professionally.
and if I would be interested in doing so. Because when they moved from they've had 3 offices. When they moved from the second one to the third one, they wanted to open a grooming salon, and I was just fresh out of like stopping grooming then and onto my streaming career. It's okay. So I was like, I'm not interested. I'm doing other things now, blah, blah, blah. And when I was there, his wife asked, "Oh, Serena's a dog groomer?" And I have a feeling something is going to come of that. And I might actually take it. I kind of miss it now. I've been away from it long enough to where if I worked like not in a huge environment, but like solo or with only 1 or 2 people, I think I would enjoy it. But I really don't like dealing with like clients' crazy bullshit of like, when people get upset that their dogs need to be shaved because they're matted. Like compassion over fashion every single time. But that used to irk me so much. It's like you're the one not taking care of your dog. You're the reason why it's matted, kind of. It's because of its coat, but you're not doing anything about it. And then you're gonna get mad that you're being charged more for dematting. Hi. And then it has to be done anyway, and it makes the dog ugly or whatever. Actually, I need some quick relief on your feet because you have red feet. And I feel like working from like a vet clinic perspective, and I'm just speculating that this all might happen anyway. I don't actually know. Working from a vet clinic perspective, people will be a bit more understanding, or I'll have like doc backing me up saying like, "Hey, this needed to be done." Compassion over fashion every time. Good boy. The haircut has to be a little uneven because dog can't stand for forever and is elderly. People need to accept that. It's not that I want to do poor work, but if that's the best you can do, that's the best you can do. I used to feel so bad when I would have like elderly client dogs on my table. And people would want so much done with them. And it's like, oh my God, they can't do all of this in one freaking sitting. Like with Pippi, you guys see it takes like 3 days to groom her because they don't want to overexert her at all. Hi. It's a good boy. You're gonna have a blueberry smelling head. You're being so good. You gotta wait. Alright, we'll do cookies in between shampoos. So let me finish this part. And then we'll get another cookie in between. How do your ears look? No, they look like I don't have balance. They look like they could use a swab. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to bath time. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. You have to choose your own adventure. And thank you for being the awesome human that you are and being here tonight. You're a fluffy boy. You're so good. You're so good. Okay, let's wipe out your ears a little bit. That's empty now. It's okay. It's okay. He's got little waxies. There you go. Good boy. You see this side? You're a good boy. You're barely dirty. Okay, you want to see? You smell? You are the first dog that I've ever met that does not want to smell their own earwax. Everyone wants to smell it. You don't want to? Okay. I don't know why, but dogs like to smell their earwax. Except Tigra. His dear little feet. He is a brave little man. He's being the best good boy. He's a very good boy. I've only had him a little bit over 2 weeks now. And he is an excellent dog. Like, he's too good. I keep waiting for him to do something naughty. Like, you have to have a flaw somewhere. But no, you're just good. And your head smells like blueberries. And your feet are gonna smell like tea tree oil, I think this one is. Neem. Neem shampoo. I will say though, he is a little uncertain about the cats. And that might be his only flaw. He's just a very good boy. Yeah, I just never met kitties before. It takes me a little bit to get used to the thought of them. But you were very sweet with Munster the last couple of days, and I appreciate that. I think animals just know. They just know things. Right. They know when someone needs a little extra compassion. Baby toes. Baby toes. Oh, you're a professional. Did you used to go to the groomers? Do you know what you're doing? I think you're a professional. Come here. Well, you were a professional. That was silly toes. That was silly toes. I don't want to give you shampoo treats. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. He's being so good, but he's giving me this look like, is it over yet? Are we done? Are we done here yet? Kind of. Oh, you're gonna smell so good. Works all the shelter off of you, and you're gonna get muddy again because it's wet outside, but that's okay. Now you are officially a brand new dog with a brand new life. No more animal controlling your smells. Oh, you're so pretty. Look at your little stripies. Him and Peebee have like almost the same stripes. Which like begs the question, why do we call here, can I see your back legs? Why do we call cats tabbies, like brown tabbies, but then this is brindle? And it's like the same coat color. That new dog smell. Like the new car smell. Oh man. When I brought Peebee home, I wish she came with a new cat smell. She smelled horrible. She was a stinky girl. I either climb in, which means I gotta take my socks off, or you can turn around. You can turn around? Yep, one more leg to scrub them. There you go. Oh, I gotta. Can you stand up, please? You stand up, please? Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Oh, thank you. Are you sensitive on that leg? He was like kicking it so high for me to touch his foot. You have a wonky leg. He was fine with me touching the other paw and rubbing the other leg. And that one, he's like, no. Come here. Can I see again? Can you rub this one? Oh, now you're fine with it. You're just being a baby. He's not really putting all his weight on it when I do that. Do you have a wonky leg? I venture to guess that you probably tore your CCL at some point in life. Most pibbles do. Because you run with the gusto of 1,000 forces. We will be careful with that one. Because that's your back left. We will be mindful with that one. I want to watch his gait now the next time I take him for a walk. I am loving how him and Pibby are interacting. It is so cool. Pibby's never been a toy dog. She mostly just loves the tennis ball, and that's her jam. Tennis ball is life, ball is life. And now she's stealing his toys and playing with them, and he's being very understanding about it, thankfully. But it's so cute. I've never seen Pippi be like a super playful dog like that. She's always been ball dog. It's adorable. I posted it in the wrong channel, but I posted a little clip of her playing with the lobster toy, Diesel's toy, earlier in Discord, and it was so cute. She was so cute and silly. There we go. I feel like I missed something here mid-bath. There we go. No, maybe not. I thought I did. Hi, baby. Still laughing at tub is safe brainwashing. I mean, if there's treats, anything is safe if there's treats. Just kidding. That's how, kids get lured into vans with candy. Yeah, I should have bought more of these. They also, in my opinion, should be marked down more because it's almost St. Patrick's Day and they're only marked down by $1. Christmas cookies. But they don't expire until next Christmas, so I guess fair. You really like these, though. My vet has, as of this weekend, a bag of unflavored, unseasoned. Tastes like meat, so it's still flavored, but like naturally flavored. Homemade beef jerky for this guy. So he's gonna get the good stuff. The good stuff. Doc has jerky for you. He makes a whole bunch of cool stuff. But his favorite thing to do is cookies and jerky. And he has some for Tiger now. I'm excited. He was very picky with treats when I brought him home. He's not so much picky with them anymore. But he was very picky on only liking beef jerky at first. You ready to rinse off? We need a towel at the ready. You're gonna shake. Not really for me, but for me for a second. Okay, are you ready? I got a magic way of doing this. You just gotta trust me, okay? No, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Oh, baby, it's okay. Here, we'll put a towel in front. That way you can drip on that. There we go. On butters. On butters. Then it doesn't go in your ear if we hold it. Okay. Ready? Here, close your eyes. But then it doesn't get in your snoot. Okay, you did it. You're so brave. You're so brave. You're probably gonna say, yep. If doggy dar. Shake radar. Shake dar. Oh, good job, bud. Good job. We're almost done. We just gotta rinse your body. We just gotta rinse your body. That's all. You enjoying the ambient sound of your little water fountain over here? You got this, buddy. Yeah, nice little bath. Oh, you smell so good. You smell like lavender. You smell like lavender. Yes, you do. I'm so proud of you. Yes, I'm so proud of you. You're such a good boy. You gotta get a little bit of your necky chest. Yes. Oh, look at you. Look at you and your little spotties. He has spots on his skin, like on his nose, under all of his hair. You're so cute. You're a spotted boy, like Chauncey. Actually, when they have spots on their skin like that, means it's mostly with pits, not so much with like spaniels because they have longer coat, but short-coated dogs when they have spots, they're more prone to skin cancer. Actually, I don't know if they make doggy sunscreen or how effective it is if they do. But I was always mindful with how long Chauncey was out in the sun because of his spotties. First bath you're giving him, he seems pretty calm. He is good about it. I'm very impressed. I have a feeling wherever he was prior to me, he was very spoiled. He's showing me a little bit of stubbornness, but not in a bad way, but just in the way of like, I'll get what I want if I ignore you long enough. that kind of doggy behavior. And he's also, on the flip side, very in tune. Like, he has a very good natural heel. He wants to follow me around the house. Like, he's a Velcro dog. I have a feeling he was very babied in whatever his previous life was. Probably got all the baths and spa days. I mean, it's not his favorite. He doesn't love it, but he's being a very good boy. He knows what he's doing. I put this on because I expected him to be jumping out of the tub. Can you stand up for me so we can get your back legs? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Still not as much as Rainbow Shake, so I can't complain. Okay, we got one more leg, my friend. You gotta turn around. Turn around. Hi. Turn around. Can we do it? Can we do it? Turn around. Hit the butt. Can I have the butt? Can I have the butt? No, don't pull a Chauncey. Don't pull a Chauncey. That's good enough. I can get the butt from here. Okay. Look at you, you did it. You did it. Oh my god, he covered Chad in water. Oops. I blocked myself from the last shake, but I forgot to guard you guys. You did so very good. You gotta wait, we gotta dry off. Then we gotta dry off your little boy. But you did amazing. I'm so proud of you. And wrap you up like a little baby burrito. Get a cookie. Get a Snackers. Get a Snackers. Oh. That beef and carrot though. Oh. I'm gonna dry you off first. I wring you out and then dry you off. Eat the leggers and the bellies and the booty. The booty. Booty, 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 booty rocking everywhere. Oh, yeah, feel good? You feel good? Oh no, you're just ready to get out. Okay, well you gotta hold on. You're not there yet. You're not there yet. Wait. In. 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 Thank you. Move this over here. So you have space. You're a big dog. You're a big dog. A big dog. Big dog. Ready? Naked. Naked. Careful. And come out, but slow. Good boy. Oh yeah, you know what you're doing. You've been in a bathtub before. Yeah, the windshield wipers would be a good choice. Oh my goodness, yeah, but you come here. You come here so we can actually dry you. And start at the back half. Okay. You have short hair, you dry fast, but we gotta dry you so you're not cold. And you're gonna be cold. And see the other leg. Hold on. This is going so well. Come here. Are you drying yourself? Say, I need your help, Mom. I would like to dry this leg. This leg. Come here. Wait. Good boy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can I get the baddies? You can get the baddies. Okay, the baddies. You're supposed to be on the towel. You're just so happy. Son. Sonny boy. Can I dry your front? Can I dry your front? Oh, he's a good boy. I bet he's about to flip out in bed.
Okay. Okay. Put your list back on. You got one more collar, son. There you go. You did it. You did it. Oh my goodness, big stretch. Okay, you did so good. Ah, you did so good. You did so good. Oh, big shakes. Big shakes. No, that's kitty food. Nope. Nope. Three Stooges. There you go. Oh my goodness. You don't know what to do. You go roll in bed. What do you think about that? That's what Pippi likes to do. I don't know what you want to do. You're silly. You're silly. You're not gonna roll it out? Really? You're not gonna roll it out? Really, really? Another jerky stick? You're really not gonna roll it out? I've never met a dog that doesn't go immediately rolling into blankets or like on a rug or just nurring around on whatever post bath. You're just a very good boy. Do you like eat children for a living? Like why? What is your fatal flaw? Are you just a perfect dog? I think you're just a perfect dog. I might be sick of my shit. I don't know. Working on the muzzle training. On. Treat. Treat. Good boy. Good boy. He'll wear it for like a good 2 minutes now without getting a little irritated at it if I don't constantly supply treats. But I think by the time the end of the week rolls around, he'll be good to go on it. Do you want one more? You want one more? Do you want to share with Pippi? Because Pippi loves you. And they're for Lady and the Tramp, not just the Tramp. You're such a good dog. No. You gotta wait. He's like, but mom, please? But please? But please? Alright, let's go share with Pippi. The kitchen is muddy again. It's wet out today. I refuse to mop more than twice in a day. So after breakfast and after dinner is more than fine. Pippi! She can't hear me. Sit. Good boy. You smell it? Oh. Sentience. Breakfast in bed. There you go, Goober. Sit. Sit. Oh, I should have let Pibby sleep for a minute. I figured out he does know how to give paw. We were working on lay down last night. You paw? You paw? Oh, thank you. Good boy. Do you need the other one? The other one? Sometimes he does both. Sometimes he does one. Usually he does both when he's really, really wanting me to stop telling him to lay down. We're working on down, though. We got some beefy, meaty hunks. Maybe back it up. I have that one. Sit. Down. Down. Yeah, then I got paw. Down. Down. Pibby. Down.
Do like we did last night. No, we can do it. I keep trying to put him in the position for it. He did it twice, maybe 3 times last night. He's getting there. I always struggle to teach dogs to lay down, and I don't know why. I think I just get the stubborn ones that don't want to. Because I feel like it's such an easy thing to train. Well, no, that's a lie. I was able to easily train Loki to lay down. Sit. Down. Thank you for pause. Yeah, down. Down all the way. Down all the way. That's like a half down. Okay, I'll take it. Baby, you're so blind. You're so blind. Rico and Diesel, I guess, learned down easily. Chauncey never learned lay down. I could never get through his head for it. Baby learned lay down like 5 years ago. Sit. Well, it doesn't help if you're all up in my grill doing it. Sit. Down. Down. All the way. Oh, that was close. Okay, share a bite with Baby. Share a bite with Baby. Sit. Sit. Down. Thank you. Down. Down. Good boy. Almost. Good boy. That's like such a stiff down. All the way down. All the way. Good boy. Hold. Good boy. Well done, Pippi. Let me give him one more treat. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. So that's where he's just stubborn. He knows what to do. He just doesn't want to do it and doesn't see the value in being motivated to do it. I think he was very spoiled. You were someone's baby. You were. You were someone's baby. You're so silly and goofy. You keep going by the door like you need to go out, and then you go out and you're afraid of the rain. I don't have a solution for you, except that if you have an accident, you won't get punished for it. I think that's the first time you've body checked Pippi. Big energy. He's actually been very, very mindful with, like, the orbit of her existence. I love you, Pips. My sweet girl. You have been in such good energy today. Like, she regressed like 5 years today. At least, if not 10. You have had such good energy today. I've been happy for treats. You want lovin's. You were playing with a toy, which you don't ever play with toys. You just decided, okay, I'm going to do this now, and you did it, and it was cute. You got your 10th wind in life over here. I don't know. Ty, don't stare at Peebs. Thank you. He's eager to please. His recall is excellent. He's a very good dog. Ty, don't stare at Peebs. But then he's stubborn. But he's also a pit bull. So, like, of course he's stubborn. Really, of course, he's a dog, so of course he's stubborn. It's not just pits. Pits are just big babies, though, and that's how they get away with being stubborn. Yes! You goofy. I wonder if you do actually have boxer in you. I'm gonna run a DNA test. Watch, he's gonna end up being one of Chauncey's purebred cousins or something. I swore Chauncey had boxer in him. Oh, you just burped on me. That was nasty. That was nasty. Now you're gonna do rollies? You're gonna do rollies in his bed, of course. But that's okay. All you did was bump your butt on the table. It's okay. It's not, you didn't do anything wrong. You just bumped your butt. You're so silly. You're so silly. I'm procrastinating going in my closet. Oh, he's a roly-polies. He rubs his face so much, and I keep waiting for him to let go emotionally and embarrassmentedly and do a full somersault. I feel like he's capable of that. Sweet boy. Hi. He's roly-poly-oly.
Good. He's such a derp. I love him so much. I love you so much. Thank you for kisses. Alright, let's get you squared up and settled. Let's put you in the gate in the room because I'm not upstairs to watch you. Bop down to the closet. And then see where we are with time. Jump into some games tonight. No, get off the counter. Thank you. You're so smart. You just do what you want. But you're so smart. You're such a good listener. Oh my golly. You're a silly little peanut. You're very silly. Oh boy. Thank you. I love you, Kitty. Kitty, I'm ready to be out of the foster room. Soon she shall be slowly integratedly, but it will be slow because I want to get Tiger settled with everyone first so we have a good system before I'm just throwing a baby into the mix. Because that's to be cautious of. Oh, closet. How I do not wish to deal with you. But I shall. I shall. It's just socks and t-shirts, I think. Maybe merch pile. Hello, Miss Boyd. Hello, Mama Bear. Hello. Hello. You want to say hi, ladies? Well, other girlies coming through to say hey. To say hey. To say hey. Goose. Baby Goose. Hello. We have a Charlie. We have a Marbles not pictured. We have a Boyd. And we have a butt sniffing Slavka. How you doing tonight, ladies? And Mr. Chong with Mr. Kid at the top of the tower. Hello. Meow. She's so opinionated. Let's go with that. And Boyd, you're just a fucking sweetie. I never thought she would be this nice. The street cats continue to impress me. I cannot believe what a good girl you are. I think you're getting a little chunky. I think you put on your winter chunks a little bit late. We'll have to monitor that as we go here. Are you just extra floofy? Or are you eating your emotions? Eating her feelings, perhaps. Hi, beautiful girl. Hi, beautiful girl. Slavka, we love you very much. Little Slavushka Maruska, who's going to freak the fuck out at being picked up. I always know you're going to do that, and I always have hopes that you're going to be snuggling. I always know what I'm signing up for with that, though. I know, that's your stepmom. That's your stepmom. Really is so interesting how they're deciding to like each other. Slavka is such a little demon. To put it as nicely as possible. Hi, kid. He's such a little demon. Maybe you'll meet Tiger first. Don't fuck with Charlie. She likes to challenge authority. And Charlie is the alpha. Charlie is our leader. Well, if you want pets, you better not be behind me. You gotta come on up. Come on up. What are you doing? There you go, baby goose. Is that your little girlfriend, boyfriend? You're the hunkin' Ariel of the cat world. Hello, Slavushka. I don't have enough hands. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, avoid a Rooney Roo. Oh, avoid a Rooney Roo. Love you, girlfriend. Love you. Love you. Oh, hello, Marble Ann. You coming in for a hey? Boy just must have like the best vibes ever. So even Marbles is kind of weird about her personal space. And she doesn't even get crabby at Floyd for it. She get crabby at everyone else for it. You just have good vibes. Kid, please don't take the tripod out. Please. Don't take it out. You guys are silly. You're silly. And I love you. Did you just put your tail under my foot? Oh my god, kid. Blurp. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Here's the soap down there. Better. Terror zone. The tower of terror. That is the closet. Oh, I'm so proud of Tiger. He did so good with that. Bravo. Bravo to the boy. I'm gonna grab my coffee. And then t-shirts. There's even not many of them. I hate dealing with my closet. I think if I was gonna hire something to do anything in my life, it would be probably deal with my closet and just feed the Sioux. I'm the one who needs to see their litter boxes, but I could accomplish other things while they're getting their regimented regimens. Maybe edit videos for me because I hate editing. It's down here or not, but I gotta find the St. Patty's Day bow for the doggos. I don't know where it would be. Somewhere. Ding, 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 ding. Still haven't decided what version of what cosplays. We're just all setting out things for my mental to marinate over them. Too many t-shirts. Everything's all just disheveled. So I grabbed a shirt to go do labs the other day. If I'm wearing pajamas out, they still gotta be fresh pajamas. No, it's just as dumb of an experience going to the location I was told to versus the location I usually go.
they changed their portal system or something, but that controls where all of the labs and etc. go through. They only had one of them in. And I'm like, are you serious? I have both of them right here on my side. Hey, I think that shirt. Still don't know what I'm doing with this. Right now it's getting put away, but maybe it'll get turned into a t-shirt quilt. It's been in progress for like ever and ever and ever, but it still needs more shirts. Luck of the paws. The paws. It's actually a shirt from my vet's clinic. I bought it without thinking. Like, oh, this would be so cute to wear in stream for St. Patty's Day. Cozy. It has their name and phone number on the back. Like, whoops. I'm gonna put one more t-shirt up here. Not that one. It's pajamas. I love just giant white cotton undershirts. Like t-shirts to sleep in. Like men's white cotton undershirts. I think they're undershirts. Just t-shirts. They're so comfy. I don't think they make those for girls, and it's not fair. There's an excessive amount of t-shirts. Way more t-shirts than any one person should have, and yet I have. I blame Goodwill. At least half of them are Goodwill t-shirts. And the rest are band t-shirts or silly t-shirts or convention t-shirts. Boof. Boof, boof. Please don't bark again. The baby is probably sleeping next door. I don't care if I don't like my neighbors. It's not nice to wake up babies. No matter how much of an a-hole you are, you probably don't deserve to wake up to deal with a screaming kid. The kid needs sleep too. Because I have more empathy for the kids in them. But still. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It's whatever you want it to be, baby. Just choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here on this fine weekend. Oh, I was gonna off the shoulder cut this and see if I can make it work backwards. It's gonna stay out. Stay ute, brute. That 5K walk that I did with Chauncey. I wanted to do it again last year. I think it actually got canceled because of weather last year, but I didn't plan to go. And I kind of wish I would have, but thinking now, I don't think Chauncey would have been healthy enough to do it. I just wouldn't have known. And then I would have felt bad. Did not get a Rat Fink shirt or anything at World of Wheels this year. I opted for the doggy signs instead. I love those so much. Cocker Spaniel Circle. Boxer Boulevard. To look for like cheap knockoff versions of those on Amazon or something and get for Ringo and Diesel. Pitbull Parkway. Great Dane Way. I'm just guessing as to what they might be. Oh, it's a merch shirt. It goes over here. Or not merch. Branded. There we go. And we rotate. And rotate. And rotate. Dream and GLP. GLP is on the left, I think. On the Lucy, not the Ricky. You just fall out. Go to your place, shirt. Or bodysuit, whatever you are. GLP and Bailey Syrian. Socks. Merp. Meow. So, do I dare go through and figure out which ones still have friends or not? Probably yes, because if I don't do it now, I won't do it until it's time to move, and then I won't want to do it. I have some really, really ugly slipper socks from my grandpa. Look at these things. But they're warm as fuck. It's a gray pair, too. I value comfort over cute. Obviously. These look like big bird feet. Cat socks. I've had these since I had Munster. I think I bought them around the same time. I remember walking around with him being a little baby. And like, look, I've got you on my feet. I guess these are friends. I have a lot of men's socks. Don't judge me. Men's socks are comfy. You guys have the superior socks. It's not my fault. I think I got them at Charlotte Russe. It was a very long time ago. A land far, far away. This I know I don't have the other sock to, because this is the pair of socks that's not poop. This is the pair of socks that I wore when I was painting Tank's room. And I know I don't have the other sock of this because I stepped in paint in the other sock. Like full on stepped on the paint lid. And I know I threw that away. This is now a rag sock. It's not poop, it's paint. Slippers, my grandma crocheted these. And then the dog chewed them. I need to repair them at some point, but so far they've stayed together like that. Actually, I don't think these are crocheted. I think these are knit. Because my dad's mom made these. I misspoke. She knew how to knit. My mom's mom knew how to crochet. I never learned how to knit. Knitting seems very intimidating to me. Oh, do I not have the friend of these? I like these. Oh, there's the friend. Oh, no, you're... Oh, the ruffle is inside. Oh, my Chauncey socks. Doesn't look exactly like him, but close enough. If anyone was wondering how cool I am. I have my dogs and my cats in my socks. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know if they have a tag. I don't think on Amazon. It probably through some animal rescue site. Honestly, I feel like I scrolled past something and it was like, oh, a portion of proceeds or all proceeds donated to, and I got suckered in by seeing socks. I have no idea. I don't think it was on Amazon though. I feel like I remember getting suckered into like, it's for a good cause. Of course I can buy the like $30 socks. I don't know if that's how much they were, but close enough. L, what are you? You're inside out. My left and my right socks. You're fuzzy. That's 2 L's. It's too many L's. You guys can't make fun of me, or maybe you can. I have 2 mismatched socks that I will not be getting rid of. Do you guys remember when these were popular? I called them chicken feet socks. One was the individual toes. I have one of the Halloween ones and then one of the rainbow ones. At one point, they did have their own friends in pairs. But my dad's mom, after she broke her hip and moved away with my aunt, like before she passed, she would send me like little packages of silly dollar store or whatever things that she would get that would just make me smile so big. And these were the last pairs of socks that she sent me. I don't know where the other two went. They're just gone. But I will never get rid of these. My toe socks. They probably are full of holes. Don't wear them if they're just special. There's an R for the L. Okay, so which one of you has friends? I know your friend is in the sock pile. I know you have a friend. It's those. Is there another blue one? I feel like the other one to this is in the pile too. None of these are the same gray. This one has a hole in it. It's probably not a keep. These are grippy socks that don't have friends. I think you have a friend. I don't think you have a friend. I think you got disappeared, which sucks. This is a really nice, expensive sock. It's a Birkenstock sock. And I don't think it has a friend anymore. Hmm. Blurp, blurp. Wait, where are you? Little footy sock. Okay, I don't think you guys have friends. I think you have a friend. Maybe you guys have friends. You have a friend. You're a leg warmer. Oh, this is going to be fun. There's too many different pinks. Too many different stripes. Polka dots. Good lord. Good lord. Why do I do this? Because I think it's a good idea when I'm at the store and then I get home and have to do all of this and I realize mistakes have been made. That's white and gray. That's too different. Are you the same? I think you're the same. I appreciate that. For as chaotic as it probably feels in here, I don't know, maybe it just feels chaotic for me. My closet definitely is the most organized thing in my life. It's the only room I can go into and I know exactly where whatever I'm looking for is. If it hasn't made it back to my closet, then I don't know where it is, but from in here, I can find pretty much anything as fast as possible, which has been, a very vital aspect of some amount of timeliness in my career. I've never been timely, but I was more timely once. Once upon a time, I was more timely. Streamer is never late. Everyone else is simply early. There's a method to the madness in here, which is important. You're a work club. Here's your friend. Just requires a lot of maintenance. Closet is like a garden. You have to water it, aka keep it organized so it can grow. Not so it can grow, but so it can thrive. And I don't like to water it. I don't like to maintain it. I get more serotonin out of doing my taxes and finishing my taxes than I do cleaning my closet. Like, I felt like, woo, okay, I got it done when I finished my taxes. And I never feel that way when I'm working on my closet. Never. It's just, okay, until next time. Until next time. I don't even feel that way about the litter boxes. I don't know why I'm such a negative Nancy about it, but I am. Just, it does not spark joy. Despite Marie, whatever her name is, being quite good at closets, it does not spark joy for me. I do have the other monster sock. 2 pairs of monster socks. Look. Oh, you're working on tax prep right now. I'm so sorry. Condolences. Head pats. It will be okay. Taxes are such a pain in the dick. And I don't want them. I read something interesting that if I still worked a W-2 job, I would totally consider is to, what is it? Like if you claim, I can't remember which is which. It's been a long time since I worked a W-2 job. If you claim 1 or 0, like you either have your taxes taken out of your check or whether you get them, and then you have to pay them back to whatever degree at the end of the year, like kind of as if you were self-employed, is to get the full amount from your check, but calculate how much would be for taxes and put them into a high yield savings account or invest them. Those are shorts. Intelligently, of course, which is difficult to do. There's really no sure thing in investments, but some things are more stable than others. To do that, so you're making some money off of what's going to the government regardless. I mean, an extra $50 even is an extra $50. It's something I would have never considered, and it's such a good idea. It doesn't quite apply to my scenario, but it's cool. You underpay, there are penalties. I would imagine so. But if you can calculate it out like perfectly, if you were the Rain Man about it, it would be beneficial. It would be a very careful thing to do. They don't penalize you for overpaying, though. For 2 years, I did my taxes a little bit more in depth than I needed to, and I didn't know that. I'm not going to say exactly what I did, but I ended up overpaying, and I overpaid more than $48, but I got a check from the comptroller, like Illinois at least, for like $48, which wasn't bad. But better to overpay the government than to underpay it, unfortunately. Yeah, I get a penalty for not paying quarterlies. But really, like, you could not pay me the amount that I get penalized on to have me stop my life 4 times a year instead of just once a year to figure out how much I owe the government. I did for a couple years, and it was just like, this is not worth it. It's like, I think $130 penalty or something like that, just to not pay your quarterlies and to do it once a year. And people make big gains, like in the stock market, have to make payments to the quarter they have the big gain. Doesn't that depend on your amount of income and the capital gain, though? I've sold stock a few times, and it hasn't been very impactful in that way. But I know, like, on a larger scale, you do have to pay capital gains tax on it that can... It's what, like 12 or 15% of, like, the stock that you sell? 4 times the fun for you, not anymore. You just get to deal with me once a year. And I say, shut up and take my money, because I'm not doing this 4 times a year. So I think it'll be the same when I sell my house. I have to pay capital gains tax on that, right? I think. I prefer to deal with things when I need to deal with them. 20% on long-term gains, short-term gains, or tax to your income bracket. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Selling your own house, you get a big amount for free? What? My house is valued at like 270 right now. Realistically, I would probably list it for 240 just because like it's very lived in and I'm not willing to really repair anything before I leave. Like it's not a fixer upper, but it's going to need some finishing touches. That is for sure. So I'm going to knock like 30K off of that. And my roof is pretty old now too. It's a 30-year roof that's like 30 years old. So I don't think anyone will be too keen on that aspect unless it's a little bit valued under market. I think that would be appropriate. Single 250 gain has no taxes. Married 500K is fine print. Oh, okay, that's not really stressful though. My dad was yapping in my ear about it. He's like, "You're not going to make anything out of that house. You have to pay capital gains tax." I think he was just trying to fear monger me because he knows I don't know things. But guess what, Dad? I figure them out. Or I get informed by the masses. Club cult tells me. The kitty cat socks with the Gunther. The fat little Gunther. It'll be no problem then. I mean, there'll be fees involved in the sale process. I'm not worried about that, but I would think it would go for less than 240. Maybe I'll list it for like 250 and then accept 240 or somewhere along the lines of. So I feel like with cars, you should price like 2K over. With houses, you should price like 5 to 10K over. My original offer for this house was denied because I lowballed. My dad wanted that to be a teaching experience too, and it was very scary. It's like, if you think that's right, then you offer that. I was like, well, is it? But is it? But is it? I think I offered like 5 below what it was selling for. And they denied it. They rejected it. And then I offered again like 2.5 what it was below for. And my dad was like, okay, that's a better number because you don't want to get denied a second time. Like, why did you let me get denied the first time? He was really the brains of the operation for all of that, and I'm grateful. Because I did not know what I was doing. I just knew that I didn't want to rent and have to deal with having dogs and a yard on a renter status. That'll be no problem with the house then. I'm not worried about it. I wasn't too worried about it, but it's like I kind of really wanted to be able to pay off debt and the franch and invest a little bit for what the house would be. And I wouldn't be able to do that until I would be able to predict capital gains tax. But now I learned. I've been too afraid to Google it. I'm a pussy. Here's the other gray sock. Do you match? Oh, you're a different ankle pattern. You match this one, though. Do you match? Yes. Why did I buy more socks? I already have a lot of socks. Because I didn't want to wear black socks anymore. Supposedly black socks are not good for your feet. There's like chemicals in them that leach in or something from the dye. So instead of buying like expensive organic socks, I just bought white socks and pink socks and gray socks. And I think that's good enough. That's a happy compromise with the universe and my wallet. So many sock friends. Oh my god, life is going to be so easy for the next month. And my feet will match. Happy. I do feel for you very much, man, Topher, with tax preparation. It is not fun. So it was a very, even though it's a light load, so it's a very heavy load to lug to the computer and prepare to sit down with. I never want to do it. I'll do it, but I don't want to. I did remember something last night that I forgot on my taxes. It's not horribly important, and it's similar to something that I forgot that I just claimed the next year. Or not claimed, but like gave notice of the next year, and I'm just going to write a note to myself. I did write a note to myself in my desk to put it down for next year. I don't think you're supposed to do that, but like, what do they care as long as they're eventually getting all of their money properly? Too many documents and logins and forgotten passwords and password resets. Oh no. Do you do them yourself, or do you bring everything to someone to do it? Because I know you can like upload and link your own things like through TurboTax. I would assume like H&R Block and the other ones have the same thing. But I never do that. I like plugging and chugging it myself because I'm a masochist. Maybe. I don't know. That's the only reason I can think of doing it. That's how I've always done it, and it makes sense to me that way. Do them yourself. You're brave. You're very brave. Very, very brave. Tonight is business forms and personals another weekend. You got this. You got this. Zoo and I are all crossing fingers and paws for you that it all goes as smooth as possible. Because God, is it arduous and irritating. It's not even like hard, it's just arduous and irritating. I definitely hit a certain point in mine where I am just a crabby lady. I really pushed myself to finish them the other night when I was doing them, and by the time I was done, I was just so grumpy. This sock doesn't have an... Oh, I think this was when I broke toes. This sock is decapitated. He can still stay, but he has no applicable friend. It's just a grueling process. I don't like it. And then I'm so grumpy after. I felt so bad. I was like rush feeding the zoo with like no emotion to my face when I was done. And I'm just like, buddy, trying to like bargain with Diesel that he needs to poop faster. And I'm like, buddy, I just want to go to bed. Please, please just let me go to bed. It's so annoying. And there's no reason it has to be done. They have all that information. They just like to torture us. I guess if you don't homicidally snap while doing your taxes, that's how they prove that you are a stable citizen of sorts. I wonder how many people like snap and end up in the psych ward during tax season. Not even just because of financial means. But I guess a lot of people have someone prepare their taxes for them. Almost everyone I know, except my dad, goes to a tax person instead of just doing it. Which, fair, I didn't know how to do my taxes my first year. I asked my dad to show me. Teach me! Teach me how to claim my cam girl money. That was a little embarrassing, but it would have been so much more embarrassing to get audited. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, so we have a lot of friends that don't have friends here. I don't know why that is. You guys are just gonna hang out on the side. I think some of you have friends. I'm almost certain. You're just gonna hang out on the side then. This one goes up here. Do I use a separate business account? No, everything is together. Because when I first started doing self-employment taxes, my personal and business was combined. like in the way that I didn't earn any money personally when I was working a W-2 job. It was just all through that, so there's nothing to claim or deal with for me. Like, I don't have kids, dependents, anything of the sort. I did consider later, though, maybe, like, if I actually had come up with a rescue name, I could have written off, possibly, some of the stuff for the babies. But I don't think that would count as, like, an actual business yet. It was weird calling it a business, too, because it's rescue. But aside from that, when I first did self-employment taxes, I had my grooming shop, like, my shop, not just working for someone. So everything I did was combined into that. There was nothing separate of Serena for it. And then forwardly from there, it all turned into everything Serena. And it is all Serena. Harley doesn't make anything. Only Serena does. Harley is a do-nothing. Like, anything of mine that is a side hustle in any way is under my pseudonym. So nothing is me. I am a do-nothing. I do not contribute to society. I only give contribution to society. I have like 10 socks missing a friend. Oh, I put 2 friends over there. You guys can go away. Yay! My stonks are so organized. My stonks are more organized than my stocks. Bloop, bloop. What's under here? Oh, another rogue sock. You don't have a friend either. Where are your friends? I have 1 load of laundry in the washer right now, and that's it. Where are your friends? Oh. Hey, you can go up there. You can go up there. Just got knocked over. I think I want to try maybe to organize the merch, and if I don't want to, then I'll just stop. And then we might have some time to bop into a little bit of games. I'm not mad at Svator, but I'm kind of secondarily upset at Svator. So I wanted to play it, and then the power went out. I don't want to jinx it again. I can't handle more disappointment in life right now. I might play some Republic Commando tonight. I don't know if I have enough mental oomph for Doom. Maybe we'll go a little Commando. Rag. 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 Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Merch pile is a mess. You are. Oh, the donation bin is getting so full and heavy. That is good. That is good. We need that. We need that. Need less things. Too much things. Oh my god. I miss this being my bedroom for only this reason. Where is it? Here. The vent on the ceiling. It's the same in Tank's room. But in here, it will go exactly where you're laying on the bed. It's the only time I miss this being my bedroom. Realistically, it could be, but I don't allow the zoo in here unless there's like a tornado or something. Because this is the safest room in the house if there's a tornado, number 1. But number 2, there's so many like dangerous things, like little stringies that everyone could chew on and eat. That's why everything's in a separate room, and because there's just a fuck ton of shit. So much. So much. But the zoo only comes in here during a tornado. What did I do with this orientation? There we go. Boya was in here for a little bit while I had a situation, but that's really it. That's why the bottom is all blocked off and covered off. For some reason, that was a better solution to me, to block all of that off than to just crawl under there. But there'd be spider webs, okay? Just crawl all the way under to the back and close up a heat vent that's still open, because that's a danger zone in here too. There's a heat vent that doesn't have a vent cover on it.
or a return vent. I wouldn't say many. I think this last summer is the first summer in a really long time the sirens didn't go off. There was a really bad tornado in the 80s that like destroyed a lot of town. It was in Plainfield, so like in the suburbs, not in the city. And we get less tornadoes in the city than in the suburbs. But at the same time, the weather is changing a little bit, so we get a little bit more out here now. Um, but that was a very destructive tornado that like everyone's parents still remember, and I've told everyone my age about, and it's like terrifying. So if there is even the slightest chance of like the possible development of a tornado, the sirens go off and I'm paranoid, so I bring all the zoo down here. Still can't get Ringo to go downstairs, so I'll just sacrifice myself with him upstairs while everyone's safe down here, I guess. I wouldn't say that we get a lot of them, but there's a lot of like potential. I want my pocket open. Potential threat for them. At least once a summer, there is a very close one that's developed, or one that's even closer that's tried to develop and hasn't actually been able to, and quite a lot of wind damage. Like the last really, really, really bad storm that we had, where we had almost tornado like gusts and bursts through my neighborhood, which is quite terrifying, was the summer that I was trying to bring Tank inside, so 2024. And I was just praying and praying and praying and praying and praying, like begging my grandpa to watch over him and just please let Tank be okay. And Tank survived it. He thrived through it, thankfully. He did okay. But that was a very scary one. There were trees down everywhere. It was terrible. It was terrible. Welcome, Baloney. Hope you're having a good night tonight so far. It's not like we get a lot of them. Like, it's not like out in the suburbs or like down south where it's a lot more open area and they can develop a lot more. But we have a pretty decent threat of them. I don't know. That's one thing I kind of like about the Midwest, though, is all I have to worry about is tornadoes. We've had one earthquake in my lifetime that was extremely mild. I slept through it. We don't get hurricanes. We don't get tsunamis. We really don't get earthquakes. It's just tornadoes. It's not really a big fire season. It's just tornadoes. I'd rather have just one potential natural disaster than like many, like a lot of huge floods, really. It's, as far as natural disasters go, the Midwest is pretty chill. Yeah, I definitely feel that way, where any warning you have to act. Just because animals hide in an emergency too, and whether it's like this is a maybe or this is a definitely, it's always good to get everyone safe and secure. I remember being a kid and my dad took so many cool pictures of storms. But he'd be outside and he'd yell at me to like the side porch door, because they always start from like the western area. And he'd yell at me like, get the cats downstairs and get downstairs, and he's just out there with the camera, like typical fucking Midwest dad. He has some cool pictures though, to be fair. He did good with that. Jamallamas, but that's a regular t-shirt that I found in Jammas earlier. Not t-shirt, tank top. I need one of these for every day of the week. Wake up. I love coffee. Wake up. It's just scary. Like, I don't like the damages from the almosts. I don't want one to actually happen. Turn to please. Are you gonna be able to hang pants up on this? Maybe. Oh, I forgot I have these. Okay, so merch-wise, MFC actually low-key came out with the best leggings a few years ago. They're the best dog walking leggings. They fit really nice, even for my stupid short body shape, and they have little side pockets so you can carry your phone with you. I forgot I had these. I gotta leave a pair out. Which ones are the most worn versus new? That way I'll have them ready for dog walkies. These, I think, actually. Good grab. I forgot I had those. Yay. It makes me happy. Can I hang this on the tripod? Yes. You guys are so useful. Thank you for holding that for me. That's so kind of you. Does take a decent amount of time to get the whole zoo rounded up too. Cats are pretty easy. You just mostly like, and then they'll pretty much go downstairs. Marbles will balk a little bit. Munster would always run the opposite direction, like, fuck you, mom. See, I might have to upgrade the cage size in here. Because before I had a little crate, well, I have a little crate in here now that I would put Gunther and Voya in. But now that we have a Zeke too, no, I guess it's bigger than I thought. It should be okay. They go in the crate in here because they don't like the dogs. And Diesel should be easy to get downstairs. Diesel loves being naughty and going downstairs. He's not supposed to because of his hips, but fuck all to the hips if there's a tornado. Pippi's easy about it. Tiger is pretty curious about the basement. I think he'll do the steps well. Ringo just does not want to do the steps, though. I don't blame him. Horses are not meant to go downstairs. We're still working on that one. That one is a challenge. It is a challenge. Aw, that's sweet. These are my most worn too. I want to leave those out. We're only human. No one's perfect. I think everyone should learn to embrace their mistakes. A little easier said than done, though. Oh, this is just going to keep getting heavier, and it's going to pull the tripod down. You guys can't hold my pants for me anymore. Sorry, / you're welcome. Lighten your burden. Oh, that clip is broken. Stinky. Shirt. Pants. More pants. I don't know why those hangers still holding on. Shawl. That's not merch. Hoodie. Shirt. One piece. Hoodie. One piece. Shorts. I'm gonna move something out of my way underfoot over here. There. More merch. Merch from last year that I haven't even unpacked. I am effective. She is efficient. It's mostly repeat stuff. Like stuff that I just like to have in stock in case it goes out or breaks or whoops, gets stained or in the wash or wrecked or something. I think it's mostly swimsuits in there. A lot of pants. There's shorts. MV, University. MFC. Oh, I'm not gonna have enough hangers again. Dang it. Yeah, we're gonna do this. God dang it, Bobby. Hoodies I can fold. This one I want one up though. It's all cut off. It doesn't fold. It's just a tiny little jacket. Oh, I think it was like 2019. No, it was 2018. At AVN, they had these jackets, and they're so nice. I love this windbreaker. It's nice for walking the dogs too. They're windbreaker merch, and there's a parka too somewhere. Where would that be? I don't know. The windbreaker, the parka, and the leggings were so nice. Ow! I just stubbed my toe. That is a reoccurring theme on stream lately.
Owie. Owie, ow, 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 owie. Why do I have wood on the floor? Because I do. Ow. That sucked. Let's not do that again. Let's not do that again. A couple more hangers over here. Or one more at least. Yowza! That was unfortunate. I can hang this up with the matching shorts. Oh, that's where that other empty hoodie was. Where are you? Oh, my really janky, discolored version of that. It's very worn. I need like just 2 more. 2 more hangers. Do I have hangers hiding anywhere? Oh, there's never enough hangers. Let's for that. Never enough hangers. Okay, we're gonna make this work. Doesn't quite work, but we're gonna make it work. Why don't you just move this instead of stubbing your toe on it? Move it over. I think so, yeah. I'm gonna fold it over there. This one can go over there. They did a good job with this hoodie too. It's very warm. You can only have one of these though. Yeah. Otherwise, I would wear it more. And that's how I ended up with a closet this big. Because I save everything. Where is... Oh, there's the carpet in there. I'm not going to pull it out. I just wanted to know where it still was. I did not know. Is this my pirate hat? No, you're a Harley glove. Been looking for you. Squirt. I'm going to stop making these one size. Bikini pieces. Those can all stay in the bag to go upstairs. That's a black bikini. That's a pajama shirt. I do not know how Harley gloves ended up in here, but they did. One size fits all or one size fits most. Like when things are stretchy. So like this can be this big or it can be like that big, kind of. Kind of like how tights are, although I guess that's not really a manly, knowledgeable thing. Like hats. You know, some people's heads are a little too big for the average hat or a little too small, but most people's heads fit in the hat. My all is not that big. That is true. That is why we value bobby pins, or not bobby pins, safety pins in this house. Oh, I forgot I grabbed a new pair of these for Ivy, so I don't have to wear the janky ones. Nice. Good job, Serena. Look at past Serena, looking out for future Serena like that. She's so good. Oh, scrunchies too. Did I grab more hair clips? Scrunchies. What did last year's Serena do? See how long it takes me to unpack this year's bag. I grabbed more lighters. I grabbed more little Hitachis. I'm gonna be able to send these out in goodie bags, so I'm not gonna open it, but it's just a little buzzy novelty toy. If you ever got one of these for me, turn it on and put it under your nostril. And you know how like when you listen to music, like your headphones through your nose, we've all done that as a kid. Don't deny it, okay? Just don't, because we've all done it. It's the same weird feeling, and I swear to God, it's not sexual in any way, but it's so strange and so weird and so worth experiencing. I highly recommend. If anyone does want a goodie bag this year, you have to tell me ahead of time so I know to be a little collector. I think I want one of these scrunchies with me. I want this one. Merp, merp, merp. Comedian from years ago had a skit on that. I'm at the hospital in Vegas and they gave me a gown to wear. My size fits all. It fits all, but my ass is hanging out in the back. Oh. Oh man. They have the opposite problem with hospital gowns. That sounds like a funny skit. Mine is probably even funnier to look at than the skit, though. I end up tying it and then like it falls off because I'm still swimming in it. So when I've had to stay at the hospital like overnight, I just end up putting my pants back on and then tying it around my side and tying it up extra in the back so fashionably. Because otherwise it's annoying, and it like when you're laying down it moves around and then you get like stuck in it, like when you're tied into the blankets. Not like tied, but when you're all wrapped up into the blankets, and it's not pleasant. I don't like it. You usually have like the heart monitor thing on you, and then when the gown falls apart, the heart monitor thing falls down too, and it's like, oh God, please don't let me have broken hospital equipment. And it's dramatic. It's traumatic, really. All right, these stay out because I want those to walk the dogs in the next couple of weeks. And the closet, for better or worse, is done. This is as good as it gets. It does not get any better than that. Speaking of back to emergency preparedness, all of my emergency preparedness is up over there. Special cans, just random Meow Mix cans, which are good enough if we get stuck downstairs. Radio. Everyone has food in here. I have potty pads. I have disposable diapers. I have dry kibble. I have everyone's food. And I have some of my food out by like the bar downstairs. So out there. I don't have my stuff in here. Like I figure like I can tough it out for a few days if we did get stuck in this room. And there's water down there too. But they wouldn't be able to tough it out, you know? Walking around the hallways and kids are putting quarters in my ass like it's a slum. No. Oh God. I really do hope that is exaggerated for the effect of being on stage. Because good Christ. Good Christ almighty. Lord. It's terrible. That's hilarious. That's terrible. Oh man. We did it. Closet is done until next time. Not until next time. No, maybe I'd feel more pride of effort if that someone was sliding quarters in my ass. I don't know. I don't know how to fix the closet disdain. Hello, baby Charlie. We love you. I found a subreddit the other day that I don't know why I never looked for, but it's called Kittler, and it's all cats with Charlie mustaches. Kitler. Kittler. Oh my God. So, Tank's eyes are still the same. They're still wonky and uneven, but they've gotten better since the first night that I noticed them like that. So he did have a reaction from being sedated, which is like a almost kind of normal reaction. It's pretty expected. But I looked back on pictures of him and he's always been googly eyed. I went back through 2025 and 2024 and his eyes have always been like that. They've always been uneven. I'm just psycho. Hi, Ty. You did a really good job. I'm proud of you. They've always been uneven. I was just highly incorrect. But like, so disappointed with myself. How do you not notice that your cat's eyes are uneven? But it's just barely. It's just barely. It's not very prominent. But they are uneven. Buddy Hackett. The name sounds familiar. But I don't know comedians that well. I might have seen a snippet here or there. Did he perform at like the same time frame that Norm Macdonald would have? I like his stand-up. Hold on, bub. Flip us over here. 'Tis a very floofy night. Bath time did not help. Mild sauce. Be mild. My phone is probably about to die. It's not like the most. Oh, I'm sitting on the cord. Where are you? Under my butt. It's quite a bit before Norm Macdonald. Okay, then maybe I don't know his name. Let's see. Here's Tank today-ish. That doesn't really do justice. Earlier today. So they're still slightly uneven. But then here's Tank from... Oh, I got Baby Monster pictures here too. Tank in 2024. Same amount of uneven. And then this was a 2025 one of them more dilated. I think that's what it means when they're smaller. The opposite of dilated, I don't know. Constricted. And they're still uneven. So they've always been like that. I think it's hard to tell because of his droopy eye. And now that I'm looking for it, I see it. But because his one eye is kind of droopy. I wonder if he had a little bit of trauma there. And keep an eye on it. If it seems to get weird, then we'll go to an ophthalmologist. 1924, that's the same year as my grandpa. That's cool. Little baby monster. If his eyes were smaller, he would look like baby PB. He was so little. This little sprawl. Little sprawl. He was such a little bastard. I love this picture of him. He's so bug-eyed. My dad called him ugly when he was a baby, and I was like, he's not ugly, he's gorgeous, I love him. And looking back at pictures, he was kind of an ugly baby. And that's okay. He just has like the same look as PB. But PB has those tiny little eyes. It's adorable. He was always bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at the world. The world was his oyster. My hair is gonna chill or foof. I have no idea what to expect here. It's gonna do both. It's gonna do one thing on one side and the other on the other side. I'm conflicted over this curl today. I like it, but I also don't. We're floofy. It's not gonna change anytime soon tonight. It's wet out. It's wet out. Do 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 do. PB acts so much like him as a baby. I think the universe conspired for this one. I think so. Oh, I think so. My sweet boys. Gunther, did you eat more food? I think you're eating just fine now, but you're still giving me the nerves. Yeah, you're doing good. Okay. I get worried when you're in the same spot that I left with. I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of you. He was just eager looking forward to his future adventures of stealing food. Little baby goose. Ah, I didn't open the PlayStation before stream. It might bork up. In which case we'll have to play something PC for a little bit. What time is it? Actually, I might just jump on YouTube if this doesn't work. I left my coffee downstairs. I left my coffee downstairs. I must go fetch the coffee. I'm going to fetch the coffee. I need it. I need. Get this open first. Doesn't look like it's being laggy. No, it's not. Maybe it's just like a miscommunication when it first opens. Just right before OBS. Usually the audio will lag. Okay. I'll be back. I must fetch the coffee. Coffee. Hi, Sleepy. PB is even so cute on the back of the armchair. She's so cute and fluffy. Pardon. Pardon. Oop. Where is? There is. The coffee has not been warm since about 9:30 p.m. I am disgusting. I will drink coffee no matter what the temperature. I just don't care. I will acknowledge it's kind of gross, but like I also don't care. I'll still drink it. It's cold. It's just a less good version of what it once was, but it still has the essence of the goodness it once was. It does the same for my brain, whether it's hot or cold, so. You guys are funny. Pause the musics. Dun, 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 dun. Waking the giant. Uh-oh. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, whoa, indeed. I saw first categories. Going commando. Sometime this week I want to bop into SWTOR, but I don't have enough brain cells for SWTOR tonight. The night that I did have enough brain cells for it, we got fucked by the power, so that was fun. That was not fun at all, actually. It kept going in and out like after that, but I think for that portion someone hit a transformer. Because it did not pre-flicker or post-flicker at all. It was just out. And then I got a notification from the electric company. I was like, oh. Okay then. I felt bad for the kitties, because the kitties... Ah! The controller's on the desk, and that was horribly loud. Oh my god. Hold the fuck on, people. I got things to do. I don't even know what I was saying. That scared the daylights out of me. That was loud. Sounded like a door crunch. Welcome to the garage. We're streaming in the garage now. Stop! Oh my god! Jesus. You fucking annoying fuck. Sounds like a fucking more powerful than a Hitachi. I would be afraid to... I'm kind of afraid to have this in my lap right now. Category swapped. Okay. That was very loud. I am so sorry. That was obnoxious. We're all awake now. Okay. Hello. Got the coffee. That was horrible. What's going so boom? What? I was drinking my coffee and figuring out life, man. Don't take it so seriously. Sure, there's a lot of buttons to press. Oh. How did I swap guns? That's a grenade. There. Sorry, friends. Sorry, friends. Still remembering what I'm doing here. That's not the gun that I wanted either. There we go. It's a little better. Okay, you're already dead, so let's do that. Oh, that got me more than him. Come on now, it bounced off of him. That was so rude. Oh no, it got him too. Okay. Heal, my friend. Heal. Revive. Revive. Oh, I got myself again. But still him too. Worth it. Worth. What is still booming in here? Are we good? The main elevator. What do you want, friends? Are they following me? Why am I in charge? Is this a door? Oh, you are a door. All aboard! And up and away. Up and away. Up and away. If you manage to get your hands on a rocket launcher, hold the trigger to activate the lock-on feature. Oh! We have a rocket launcher somewhere. Or we did. I don't know if it picked up more rockets. Gain access to bridge. Okay. Oh, decent. Don't be bossy with me. Move. Come on now. You've got him. I've got you. I think I changed my volume. Instagram was loud. I did. The game is too loud now. Someone yell at me, but I think it was too quiet before. Are you a thing? No. What sounds like an angry elephant?
In 4 minutes.
Oh. Oh, this is so disorienting. I'm out of grenades. Do not consider that as a possibility in life. Is there any stuff anywhere that we're missing? girl likes to loot. I don't think so.
Failing. System failure imminent.
System failure imminent. Oh no. Guys. No, I don't want you to do that. I'm gonna see if we had something better to shoot with. I think not. How much do you need to get shot? Crikey. The other guy was malfunctioning. No, I don't want to go into this with just a pistol. Jesus Christ.
3 minutes.
I'm gonna die. He's dead. There's trouble of ruin. Oh, I do have nades again. Heads up, my friend. Sorry. I killed him. He's already dead. I'll throw another one. It's not very nice, but it's not real, so it's okay. Ah. Oops. Oops, the days. Doot, 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 doot. That's my nice little scope. Oh, why did I waste that on him? Get out of my way. Yeah.
Critical systems failure in 2 minutes.
How much time left, sir?
Am I actually on a countdown? I don't see one on screen. Like, come on now, friend. Don't do that to me. Oh, there's the rocket launcher. Swap out to, I guess that. Okay. I only have one grenade though. How can we use the rocket launcher? Maybe they're two different. I thought it was filling from the grenades before though. Oh, you stinker. Back to pistol round. Any goodies or health? No. It's just an endurance round. And that wasn't very nice of you guys, but that guy isn't very nice either, so got it. Je comprends vous.
Systems failure in 1
Healthy
minute.
station. Let's get some healthies. Bloop, 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 bloop. Do 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 do.
All right, doors open. Move, move, move.
Well, dang.
Be in a hurry. Come on, John. Let's get those codes and get out of here.
You made short work of that. Good job. Good job. I know I can position them places, but I feel like they do a good job of positioning themselves. Everyone figures it out. What the f- Really? Stinky? It's not cool. Okay, we'll get him. Oh, you revived him. We're good.
Systems failure in 10. 9. 8.
Do we need to be out of here in like 10 seconds? I can't loot?
6. 5. 4.
Like, what if we're not?
2.
That takes a minute. Did I not do it?
System failure.
Oh, I think it was ultimately timed. Well, I didn't see a timer on the screen. I didn't know that. Surprise. Surprise. Kelsey, please.
Full integrity compromised. Evacuate
Delta
immediately.
Squad on sub-level 0001.
No, I see no timer anywhere. You stinkers.
Affirmative. Movement deltas. The ship has just about had it.
Oh, you stinky butts. I don't really want to waste this on all of you. Like, you guys can get them.
Critical
I have a
systems
system.
failure in 4 minutes.
I have a method to the madness.
Before we destroy it next time. We got droids in deltas.
Oh, you're not dead. There you go.
Stabilizers failing. System failure imminent.
If they just keep pew-pewing and I can manage to aim heavy hits to whatever extent, we should be more timely, no? The other open thing is like a minute long. To be a lot faster. How did that not hit you? So rude.
Critical systems failure.
We can't even run, we just walk so slow. I see no countdown timer. Roger, roger. They certainly are repetitive. They certainly are big fans of Roger. Oh God. Good God. Hey, no, I'm a backer upper. Let a girl back it up. Come on now. This is not going as planned. Oh my God. This is not going as planned. Take that. Do what with it? I don't know. I'm gonna die. Shit. We're all gonna die. This is apparently not the way to do this. And I thought it was. That was wrong. My whole team is dead! We're all dead! Oh. Okay. To be a leader, you must also be one of the gang. I have now learned.
All integrity compromised. Evacuate
Delta
immediately.
Squad on sub-level 0001.
Aww.
Good job, 3-8. Now find the bridge and get those codes.
Affirmative. Movement deltas. The ship has just about had it.
Aww. So, like, theoretically, wouldn't all of my other teammates have unlimited ammo? Like, shouldn't that do more for us?
Critical systems failure in 4 minutes.
I'm the only one switching guns or running around. Like, they throw nades too, but... Oh, that was the wrong time to reload. It was the wrong time. No, no, quit taking the brunt of it. There you go. I don't think that's gonna go far enough. Kind of. We got both of us though. Oopsies. There's a health machine somewhere. Was it over here? In the next room, maybe. Take that. Oh, they have shields? The fuck? Where's that shit? Okay, you're done. You're done. What? Where are we still shooting at? Oh, your stupid torso. His torso stays alive sometimes. That's unfortunate.
Critical systems failure in 3 minutes.
Wait, we have 3 minutes. I think that's better than before. Certainly better than dead. That works too. Okay, you guys can handle all of that. I'm good. Health is just not good. You don't bitch slap my teammate. Don't do. That's not nice. That's really quite awful of you. That's not okay. He bitch slapped him. That's not very sportsmanly.
Scorch is back and ready to go.
Good. There's one here. Where was it then? Oh, I was too close to it. That one has such a far range.
Critical systems failure in 2 minutes.
Not much time left, sir.
2 minutes. We need 1 whole minute to defuse the thing, I think. Shit. Shit. What? Who now? Come on, guys.
Deltas, we're almost there. The bridge should be just through the storm.
There's the health station. I don't know if I have time to refuel or not. I hope so. Are you doing it? No, then move. I'm the boss man around here.
With all due respect, sir, you're in my way.
Suck my butt.
All right, those husband, move. Be in a hurry. Come on, Delta. Let's get those codes and get out of here.
If they just handle that one, and if I'm over here, then can I get this going like prematurely? Ew, it just splooted on my eyes. That was nasty. Oh shit.
Critical systems failure.
Oh
1 minute.
no. Fuck. Fuck. I need to be defusing the not defusing, but the thing. I mean the thing. Someone watch my butt. Health critical. I'm gonna die doing this. Oh no, I did this wrong. He said it so snarky too. With all due respect, sir, you're in my way. Maybe you've got it, I don't know.
Critical systems failure
I don't know.
in 30 seconds.
I don't know. 30 seconds? We have 33 seconds. Oh, I'm dead. Let's try that again. So what? I can't stop to heal or anything? Ah, this is stressful.
Delta Squad, I'm sub-level 0001. Good job, 3-8. Now find the bridge and get those codes. Affirmative. Movement, Deltas. The ship has just about had it.
I don't know what you want me to do here, world. You're a team of 4 marvelous individuals. If we cannot do this, then I'm dead.
Critical systems.
If we cannot do this, there's something wrong here. I don't feel like this is that hard. I think the time thing is putting pressure on me. I don't like that.
Evacuate
Delta
immediately.
Squad, I'm sub-level 0001. Good job, 3-8. Now find the
Or I maybe got locked into a nightmare like my dad did in Wolfenstein.
The ship has just about
He hit a save point like right before the alarm went off. And it was a very difficult portion. And every time he would reload the alarm would go off sooner and sooner and sooner. Like it was the worst time to save. It was totally glitched out. And he had to restart the whole portion of it. I remember him spending hours on it and being so mad.
Remind me to leave the ship before we destroy it next time. Destroyer droids here. Now ready.
Just get got. Oh, I blew myself up. God dang it. I don't feel like this should be that hard. It's not. It's very simple. Like, there are so many worse places to be.
All integrity compromised. Evacuate.
So anyway, start blasting. I gotta get a Danny DeVito mask.
Now find the bridge and get those codes.
Affirmative. Movement Deltas.
Little fake face moment. What is happening while I am being destroyed here? Buttons. Thank you again for the 21 months, Cygenix. I appreciate you. The 22 months. 22! That was a good year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support to the Stream the Dreams project. Now, if only you could just keep me alive right now, that you'd be accomplishing it all.
Critical systems failure in 4 minutes.
I hope the weekend's been kind to you and welcome. Welcome. Oh my god, can we stop blowing up, please? I'm not gonna make it in this time limit. I don't think. I don't feel like that's likely. Just take it. Take it, you bitch, take it.
Stabilizers failing. System failure imminent.
Okay, what did I do differently between the first two that I think I'm getting in everyone's face? I'm being too aggressive. I'm thinking I can just mush mash through, and I think I'm wrong.
All integrity compromised.
I'm playing like I drive. If there's space, I'm going. And that's problematic.
Now find the bridge and get those codes.
Affirmative. Movement Deltas. The ship is just about headed.
See, it works for a moment, Serena, but not indefinitely here. Okay, you guys can get them. You're late to the party. It's literally right there, Serena. My posture is terrible right now. Stuff and things. Stuff and things. As much as the timers, stress me out, I really wish we had a timer for what this is on screen. I don't like seeing them, but they just announce it every minute, and that's stressful. No! Stop dying! Lousy clanker. Oh, dang. They're recycling old slang now. Isn't that what people are saying about AI? And they wanna insult it. The clanker. Isn't that AI-ism?
Affirmative. Movement Deltas. The ship is just about headed.
Okay, use the hides. But then everyone else is using the hides. And then by the time I pop out from the hide, someone else is already shooting, or I'm being shot at from what? I have no excuse. I just have complaints.
Critical systems failure in 4 minutes.
Maybe running ahead of the curve isn't the way to go. Do I need my sailor hat? Stop putting your little force field up. Hide, hide, hide. Reload your shield, or whatever the hell that is. Shield or stamina, I don't know. Okay, let's go, boys. Let's go. Gunther, food! Food. You gotta eat. I cannot believe this little stink just did not like his food anymore. I am shocked. I want to watch him take a few bites so I know that he's eating it. Come on, bub. Get your food. Food. He's like, why are you rushing me, Mom? There you go. And take some bites. Take some bites. Okay. We're good. Problem solved. Gunther's just like a picky little toddler or something. I don't know. I did that when I was a little kid. There'd be like one flavor of baby food I would really, really like. And my dad would buy like a whole case of it versus just like 4 or 6 or whatever. And then I would stop liking it like a few into the next case, which thankfully Gunther only has a few of his cans left and the rest of the zoo can eat those. But Gunther, you need different cans now again. I don't know. You just stopped liking how the other one tastes. I think it was actually used as slang in Star Wars originally, but that's what people are calling AI. I thought I've seen it referred to recently. I don't think I remember actually absorbing it from any of my run-throughs with Star Wars, though. Even reading the books. We actually had a huge collection in my grade school library of Star Wars novels, which was cool. I mean, they were appropriate reads for kids, so it's not, like, weird. But it's pretty cool that we had all of them. I like that. I liked that, I did. I didn't even hear how long they said. They said 1 minute or 2 minutes. I don't know. Not ideal. Regardless of how many minutes. Here, have another grenade. Because you're not Serena TV, baby. That's why. Because I'm the boss around here. Because I've died 1,000 times. Because I can't even do a simple countdown. Professional.
In 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, I feel like we're getting decently close. I have the wrong gun. Wrong gun. Oh, that's the rocket launcher. I mean, like... Oh, sorry, friend. Sorry. Sorry. That made quick work of that, though, at least. Sorry. Didn't mean to kill yous. It just kind of happened. Oh, that's the broken door. This is the way we're going. Now I'm out of the what's-its. Okay. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Hold tight, Deltas. We're almost there.
You can do it!
Just through the storm.
Now, this room is just going to be horrible. I'm gonna have to hang back until there's, like, barely anyone left. I don't know. Oh, shit. I have to actually open it. Dang it.
In 2 minutes.
So you can tell me I'm in his way again? Out of my way. Brah. Brah.
All right, doors open. Move, move, move.
Move, move, move.
In a hurry. Come on,
Aiming would help.
let's get those codes and get out of here.
For being robots, they do sure kind of move unpredictably. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, buddy. Buddy. Buddy, be alive. Oh no. I'm going to die for you. We have a goodish amount of time this time. I mean, honestly, probably what? I don't know, I lost my train of thought. Probably instead of relaunching everything when I die, I could probably be revived. I don't know. Can you revive him? So I can do this, maybe? Oh no, I'm getting hit. From where? From you. Oh no, that's not good. Someone else needs to be revived. Oh, that's fucking fantastic. They come out of there. I'm trying, buddy. My mistake was moving away when I should have healed and thinking one of them could just handle two of them. I thought it would only be droids in there. It gets a lot worse. But we made good time that run.
All integrity compromised. Evacuate
Delta
immediately.
Squad.
I'm
Sub-level 0001.
enjoying, but irked, but enjoying this as my new personal challenge. But I want to be able to do it. But I'm enjoying it. But I just want to get it done. Die. 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 Don't just take it right away, right off the bat. Jesus.
Droids incoming.
Ah! Why are you still there? You spooked me.
Critical systems failure in
4 minutes.
Remind me to leave the ship before we destroy it next time.
Alright, well. Goes how it goes.
Got a lock and a roller.
Don't you knows? Shit. 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 Health critical. Bleh. Bleh. A blurg. I don't feel like that really even hit him. They're kind of. I need a health machine. 'Cause we're in trouble. Big trouble. Big trouble. Oh, I'm dead. Recall and revive? Can they defeat them for me? Can they? I did finish installing it. I just don't have the brain cells for PC gaming tonight. Oh, I'm alive again. Shit. Shit. I expected them to be dead before I was alive again. Oh god. Okay. It's okay. Sometime within the next couple of days, I'm eager to play it. The next couple of days are a little bit complicated too. I think tomorrow is chill, but then Tuesday PB has her shots, and then I'll have the trap all set up to trap and see how that goes despite the weather. And then whether I stream or not, I have to be up super early Wednesday if we do trap someone so that I can bring them to the clinic. Health critical. So the Serena presence in the start of this week will be very light. Maybe some Thursday Star Wars. I'm excited for it. I was sad when the power went out. I was ready. I had all of my brain cells all lined up. I was ready. But no. It was sad. I was sad, girl.
In 2 minutes.
2 minutes. So we have 1 minute to get through the rest of this portion. Oh my god, I hate this. No, I don't. It's well designed. But it's brutal. It was pie day yesterday. I didn't know what to eat, so I got some pizza because there was a pie day deal. I didn't really have an appetite, but I knew I needed to eat. Generally, food doesn't really agree with me. But I made an exception because I knew I needed to eat something. Protect the console. I know that feeling. Oh god. This is horrible. Am I getting hit while I'm healing? Like, good god. What are y'all on about? Can I hit you, please? Heal my friend. Okay, it's already too late now. It's already too late. Actually, I made a mistake, and when choosing crust, I chose something called tavern style, which I've never had tavern style. I just assumed it would be fluffy, and instead tavern style is like extremely extreme thin crust. Not disappointed, but not what I expected. It depends on where I order from. If it has, like, someplace like, Mod has vegan cheese. They have vegan meat, too. Like Mod, I'll get it with the vegan cheese. If it's somewhere where they don't have that option, I just get it regular. Dead. That was all pointless. Oh. 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 I prefer a thicker crust pizza, but it was kind of a happy accident, even though it's more, like, crunchy. I feel like I digested it or processed it. My body dealt with it better than the last time I got pizza, which was generally, like, thicker crust, because I like it doughy and bready. But it was probably a good happy accident. but it was not what I thought I was getting. I just thought, oh, tavern. I've never heard of it. It sounds fancy. That's literally what I base my decision-making skills off of. Like, that's not... I wouldn't recommend it. We're both just dancing, huh? I do prefer a thicker crust, though. I made mistakes.
Systems failure in 4
But that's
minutes.
okay. The rest of it is in the freezer for the next time I want pizza.
Next time.
Blasters won't work on those shields.
Merp. Too close. Good job, Serena. Crikey. Crikey. That is true. Thin crust pizza is like the standard for pizza. But I'm American. And I like foodie food. I like a thicker crust. American. American. It's everything I can do to stop myself from doing something like a deep dish with a thick crust when I get pizza. Because I know it's so good, but I know that I absolutely can't tolerate it. And like the amount of sauce in it too. Tomatoes don't agree with me anymore. I can do like a little bit of pizza sauce, and then it's not too bad. And do ketchup, and it's not too bad. I haven't had tomato soup in a long time, so I don't know about that one. But I know I can't do deep dish. Sad. Detroit style pizza. It's more bready than a deep dish. Gotta Google it while I'm waiting to be alive again. Oh, that looks good. It looks like pizza bread. Oh, we all are dead now. Oh, that's unfortunate. It looks like pizza bread. It looks good. It looks very good. It looks delicious. Put me back in, coach. The crust is really crispy, crunchy. I am a heathen with my crusts. I don't eat them with my pizza. I would like crispy, crunchy crunch. Crispy, crunchy crust. There we go. For this exact reason. I am a heathen with my pizza. And I don't eat the crust with it. I save them, and then I use them as like crackers and dip them in hummus for like my next snack. I don't know why, but I highly recommend. It's good. Like little crispy breadsticks.
In 4 minutes.
Remind me to leave the ship before we destroy it next time.
Welcome, Corterian. Hope you're having a good night so far. Thank you. Destroy the droids? Okay. Oh no, destroyer droids. Okay. I think that went way behind them. Oh no, it still did hit them. Good. Good droids. Maybe that is what I want. Called in the big guys? Yeah. Rah. Okay, good job. Oh, you stinky. Not wasting a big bullet on your little torso. Merp. Merp. How much time do we have left? Oh, I forgot. You guys are at the front and ready here. Sorry. Don't hit him like that. That's not nice. Where's... I mean, yes, that gun, but also... Oh, well, that worked. Never that door, Serena. Always this door. Sorry, just walk right into the enemy with the goal of destroying the other enemy. So far, it's working. Kind of. Get got it.
Hold tight, Deltas. We're almost there.
Woo! I don't know why that just fell. It scared the daylights out of me. Is one of the boys by my feet? Oh, Gunther! Gunther wanted lap time and he knocked over the cord that had the phone's charging. Oh, poor buddy. Thankfully they didn't fall on you. Alright, sweetie, we gotta lock in. We're right there. We can do it. We gotta lock in, okay? We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Instead of Sun Tzu, it's Guntheroo. It's the philosophy of Guntheroo. The Guntheroni Guntheroo. Alright, Mr. Sir. Do we got this? I don't know. Gotta open the door, huh? Make a better door. Hey! Madtover said that to me the other day. Maybe Cyogenics. Someone said it to me. Who said that to me the other day? I think you said it, Cyogenics. My dad used to tell me that. I wonder if he got it from Star Wars.
Come on, Delta. Let's get those codes and get out of here.
In 2 minutes.
How much time left, sir?
I don't know why you think you need the stuff when you're on a timer, but... GG's, Serena. Ah! We are way too close for comfort to each other. Oh, oops. Probably don't shoot the health machine. Can you aim? I am in duress. I am stressed. Oh, the ship shakes and it throws off my aim and like, God, I can't do this anymore. I'm just a girl. I wasn't built for this. I wasn't built for this. There's gonna be more going through there, so like, can we... I need help. I don't know how much time we have. I think the big guys just walked in.
In 1 minute.
Okay, if we can do this, we have the exact amount of time that we need. I think we have like a tiny bit of grace for time. I don't even know if I can throw nades that far. I'm trying to help. The other door related old man saying is about as useful as a screen door in a submarine. That's cute, I like that one.
Critical system failure in 30 seconds.
I cannot turn around to throw anything else, otherwise we will not have the time. I'm assuming that as soon as this clock runs out that
20 seconds.
we will be free of the room. I don't know, maybe we have to go somewhere after this. One of my guys is down, we have 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 2 are down, 3, 2, 1. So we had a few more seconds than I thought. Where to go? Where do we go? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Am I leaving my friends dead? No, we're here. Okay. Where do we go? Do we still need more time? No. What do we do?
It's good to see you, 4-2.
Do we get through it?
It'll be good to get back home to the prosecutor.
What are you telling me to do? Okay. We made it. We survived. We survived, Gunther. That was nerve-wracking. We did it. I can sleep well tonight knowing I tried. Hi, bub. Yeah, I boogies. You're so cute and snuggly and sweet. Gunther was so snuggly last night. Zeke is so hot at night. I don't understand. But wherever he is snuggling next to me gets so warm. He's warmer than the average cat at night. I don't know. Is it because he's like all black? He like absorbs all of the light or something? All of the warmth?
The Prosecutor, an acclimated class Republic assault ship under the command of Captain Martz. The Prosecutor was our first home. We were stationed there for a long time.
Last morning I slept in here. I woke up and Zeke was right behind my back. And it was so hot.
But we lost contact.
I woke up like, ah, it's so warm.
Nowhere near Corellia.
Too much.
Have they gone rogue? Not likely. Respectfully, sir, it could be a trap. Indeed, it could, Delta 40.
It's a trap.
That's why we're sending our most qualified squad to investigate.
You're so cozy.
Someone important, not in your
You're so cute and cozy.
You hear that, Seth?
I look forward to the day that maybe I can beat this game.
At least that makes two of you. Delta squad, prepare
It is a
for
cute little classic.
seal your suits. Good luck.
It's one thing I would love to do, but I will never do is skydive. I mean, that's a different kind of skydiving, but... I can't guarantee when I hit the ground if I will either live or die, so therefore I can't do it.
Delta squad has been sent to one of the 4 data cores to retrieve
Such a
critical
cute little cozy.
information. Your primary objective is to retrieve the flight recorder data from the
Gunther,
call
you're
data
adorable.
core, then rendezvous with the squad for exfil. As squad leader, you may also be called upon to assist your squad mates with their orders.
I'm in a
is tasked
tube.
with retrieving the sensor logs from the starboard data core. Delta 40 will hit the port core for the manifests.
That's terrifying.
Deltas, I've lost contact with command. Can any of you get through? No signal here, sir. 7 out. It's all white noise on my end, boss. 6-2 out. That's a negative, squad leader. 4-0 out.
If it's all they can't hear anything, then how do they hear me ask?
Right, 40. If the advisor
They're
can
lying.
reach them
They're taking a
response,
break.
we will. In the meantime, we've got some data to retrieve. Move out, Delta.
They can finish their break. I'm going to bed. Oh my goodness. It's a good thing we don't have to pick favorites when it comes to the zoo, because it would be a hard choice. I just pick a favorite thing that I like about everyone, and they're my favorite that. Like, Tank is my favorite butt. Can't choose favorites. They're all so unique, though, that, like, you love them in different ways. They're all cute. There's more to it than that. I don't know what I was trying to do. I'm just pressing buttons. I'm just pressing buttons. I'm an EB girl. Oh, I'm so proud of Tiger tonight. He got a big, good bath. My hands smell like his shampoo. They smell all lavendery. They're so good. Wish they made people shampoo with that exact same smell. I could probably use the dog shampoo, but then I'd be the girl that uses dog shampoo, so... I don't know if I want to do that. I used to use Mane and Tail, but I got it for free. I don't remember if, like, someone had just bought it and they didn't want to use it and they gave it to me or something. I don't know. But then I went to repurchase it and it was expensive and I stopped using it. Gunther, we did so good tonight. We got the closet all done. We got PB all taken care of. Gave Tiger a bath. We did so good. Mane and Tail is pretty popular. I don't feel like it's as popular now as it used to be, but it is a good shampoo and conditioner. It's just kind of expensive. Or at least it was when I looked for it. I don't know if it is still relatively or not. I buy good conditioner, but I don't really care about what shampoo I use. There's just not a lot of chemicals in it, which is nice. A 15-piece set, jeez. I'm not worried about my luck. That's actually really not that expensive. But to be fair, I was like a regular at the dollar store in that period of time. I'm still a regular at the dollar store, but you know, $13.99, $22.99 is a little bit more expensive than... It is nice they sell it in 2-packs though. It's a little more expensive than Is it Spirit and Spirit's mom? It's a bit more expensive than Dollar Tree, because I tried to say like 5 different times. It is Spirit and Spirit's mom! It's from, Riding Free. So, no, it's not Spirit's mom. It's, oh, what the hell is her name? This was my dog Backup's favorite show. Chica Linda? Because Rain isn't in Riding Free. I shouldn't know this much, but I do. It is Chica Linda! Spirit and Chica Linda. Although, did they add... Now I'm confused. They added a white stripe to his nose. I think. Maybe it's just the shine of the bottle there, because it looks like the bottle is shiny on the other side there. And Spirit and Chica Linda. Aww. Aww. That was a cute little series. Backup loved it. That was his favorite thing to watch when it stormed. Ponies comforted him. I kind of do want this one now, maybe, though, because I feel like that would be good for wigs, and I don't have any more detangler anymore. I don't like super chemically stuff, but I need detangler for my wigs. Maybe I do want the... Oh, it says Spirit right there. It says it right there. I don't look for context clues. Discover the spirit of great hair. That's cute. And it's caramel apple scented. Aww. Excuse me. I'm a tired girl. I'm tired. Watching some of Jack Hanna and his animal adventures earlier. I want to see one more of these and then we'll hit the hay.
Guest tonight is the director of the world-famous Columbus Zoo, located in Columbus, Ohio.
Jack Hanna.
Do do do
do do do do do. They brought a felephant. A whole felephant. Gunther, you're my favorite little nosy boop. You're my favorite little blep.
Oh my gosh, this is
What if they poop?
Hi, folks. Are they boys or girls?
Well, you got a boy's name, but they're both girls.
Okay.
Aww.
Hi, Bill.
Belle.
Wow, what a genie. That's unbelievable. This would be great for scouring sinks. What is that? Whoa, somebody.
I never really watched too much late night TV. My dad wasn't really a fan of it either, so this is like all new to me.
And the other elephants are the Indian elephants, right? And what are they? They have tinier ears?
The 85 to 86 little Jack Hanna collective.
I thought it smelled familiar.
I remember falling asleep to like SNL being on, and that's really it. My dad wasn't really a late night talk show guy, and his long-term girlfriend wasn't really like the one to watch like Oprah or The View or anything. So I think they were just naturally not attracted to these shows. It is kind of hard to recognize him without the white hair.
I swear, you've got the manners of an elephant.
I think we can take this elephant and you give the command D-O-W-N.
D-O-W-N? I say that, yeah.
Well, I can't say it because...
No, I know. Yeah. All right, and this one's bump? Boomer. Boomer. Bump. Boomer. Down.
Aww. Learn faster than a Tigra. Tigra takes some convincing for down.
Now, let me ask you about the ears now. Despite the shape of the different shapes of the two ears and the two elephants, is there any difference in hearing?
Well, their smelling is what's good.
They can
They're so
smell real well.
cute.
Even though they got big ears, you'd think they could hear better, but
Right.
not necessarily. They're
But
smelling.
does
The
one
ears
with
are
the
just
ears
big
do
so they
better than
can
the one
cool
with the small
themselves
ears?
off.
I've never done a research project on that, but that's a good question.
Well, when you get back to Columbus, do some hearing tests on them and let us know how those turn out.
If you notice, if you feel behind his ear here, you can feel that. That's when the elephants in the wild, they will.
That's unbelievable. That's just like a big slab of leather or
It's
something.
leather, and that's why you see the elephants go like this, because all their blood vessels
Why
are behind
describe
their
it
ears
like
here.
that?
They can see that at home, and that's how they keep cool. Boomer.
How do they keep cool through their ears?
Well, see, it's like a radiator. They fan their ears.
Boomers on a
and it
mission.
cools the blood in their body.
Wow, that's amazing. These are like seat covers, these things. Boy.
It's like, stop messing with my ears.
They like your desk up there.
How old did you say these ladies are?
These are about 3.5 years old, and
Yeah.
both their parents were killed in Africa. There was a culling
Aww.
because they were taking over the habitat, and the farmers over there, they were losing their.
So the herd was thinned out?
Exactly. These little babies came
Poor
in.
babies.
And how much do they weigh now?
About 2,000 pounds. Well, 2,000 pounds and 1,800 pounds.
So
Need a
it's not
big
easy to
ass
pull that
trailer
off.
for those babies.
If you
Oh
look
my
at-
god.
Uh-oh.
What was that?
I just was going to show the tail because a lot of people.
Oh, but you don't startle me like that.
Uh-oh.
You got 4,000 pounds of elephant, and the guy says, "Uh-oh."
I was going to show you the
Good
tail.
point.
Usually means check your loafers.
I was going to show you his tail.
Show me the tail. All right.
A lot of people take the tail and they make bracelets out of it. They kill the elephant. just with the
Oh,
tail.
God.
We don't want that.
I didn't even know that.
They're
That's
very sweet.
horrible.
They have a nice disposition,
They
don't
really do.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and.
I thought it was just their
Okay.
tusks.
I don't know how to try. I'm not the trainer, Brad. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you. Thank you very much.
They said, no, we like being up here. We like being on TV.
Okay, well.
Aww. Still, it has to be so disorienting being like out of stage in front of so many people, like as an animal. That's a lot of smells and sights. It's overwhelming.
More animals.
Jack Hanna is so young there.
Jack Hanna is here from the Columbus Zoo. How did you get the elephants here from Columbus? On an
Excuse me.
airplane?
No, we had a truck, and they loved to drive in the truck, so they came out last
How do
night.
they do in the elevators coming up and down here?
Well, that's funny. We practiced with them for about 14 times.
That's right, they have to use an elevator.
Because we knew they liked to ride
Oh
them
my
up. We didn't
God.
like to take them down.
They seem very, very friendly. Can elephants that age get nasty and turn on you or anything?
Oh my god, they would have to do it one elephant at a time with like the weight limit, right?
Commands by voice, not by hitting and that type of
Oh,
thing.
well, sure. Oh, yeah. I guess common sense.
Jesus.
Yeah, we're going to see one other deal
An
here.
anteater? You have an anteater? If they can bring
Aw.
the
Now, is an anteater the same as an aardvark? They're
Well,
related?
No, they're not related. This is a tamanduan anteater, and this is a lesser anteater.
He's so little.
Anteater.
A lesser anteater.
What does that mean?
He's probably eats less than a.
He leaves ants on his plate.
There we go. Thank you.
Now this is is this one of those deals with the pocket? Does an anteater have a pouch? Are they born in
No,
a pouch?
it has a tail. These are mealworms. I'm not going to hurt your
Mealworms,
hamstring.
uh-huh.
Well, they can.
Monkey chow, mealworms. We got a buffet here tonight, don't we?
But they don't have any teeth. They just have a real long tongue.
Uh-huh.
About 8 inches.
And what is the disposition of this animal?
You
But
just
it's
slurp
funny,
everything
when
up.
you walk across here, you notice we wear the gloves only because of the.
An anteater's tongue in slow motion is actually really fucking cool. It like whips out and like I can't even describe it. It's cool. Is this an anteater? Yeah. It's like a snake flying out of their mouth. It's crazy. Do some anteaters. Careful, buddy. Around here, I feel like there's tons. Oh no. It is that time of year. I keep waiting for them to potentially come in here, and then I'm gonna have to put Zeki's bowl on a table and put Voya's bowls back up on a table.
On
on the
They
anteater.
love to get into the cat food, and it's like, fuck you, bitches. Fuck you. They're rude. Do you get the black ones or like the sugar ants? You get flying ants?
Now, what else do they eat besides insects?
Just basically.
I don't want no part of that.
And they'll use the claws to tear bark off trees and so forth?
That sounds terrible. My condolences. Yeah. Do they bite?
South America, but I had to bring these. These are one of my favorites.
The flying
These
ones?
are big old.
God. Oh, God.
He's Froggy! Aww. Oh, they're just little guys. Okay. But still, it's nerve-wracking.
This looks like one of those movies where
Possibly, yes, better than cicadas. Cicadas are the worst.
some radiation leaked and the next thing
They are the worst.
No, these are marine.
They are the
toads.
worst.
A lot of people in Florida have these right now in Florida.
They have fire ants, but like in the desert,
They
oh,
now are coming over from
I don't
Africa.
like
People are
fire
in their
ants.
backyards.
I don't think we have fire ants, but we have little red ants that bite.
dangerous animals.
I used to have them in my dad's garden. There's a couple of spots in my yard where I have them, or have had them in the past. They're no fun. I don't feel like they're as bad as fire ants, though.
Is that a defense mechanism, the toxin?
Though I've never been bit by a fire ant.
Defensive mechanism. They can bite real quick. So you gotta be careful with them. Just make sure you.
No frog kisses, only frog bites, apparently.
How long will the anteater live? How old will he get to be?
Oh yeah. Oh jeez. You get to be.
God, are you all right?
He is unhinged to have everyone out at once like this.
Really flapped to death.
Now this animal, I bring a little bit of everything. This is Herbie the goose. He greets everybody.
Herbie the
at
goose.
zoo.
I'll bet he does.
Little butt shake.
Your anteater's
It's so
over here.
cute.
Don't lose sight of this guy.
He's gonna go help with cable management.
Unusual goose.
Right, this goose won the Ohio State Fair 2 years ago, and this is not any ordinary goose. And this is the one that
Aww.
all the country heard about Herbie. He sits at the front gate and greets everyone that comes to
How does Herbie greet people when they come?
All
He's so cute.
he does honk sometimes.
He's such a happy little butt.
One more thing.
Oh my god, Jack.
Worked on the
Jack, let me ask you again about the anteater. How old is? What a lucky man. How old does the anteater get?
The anteater could be, 20 years old. He's got a lot of ants and stuff. I got ants in here. I've got a lot of
Has to meet his ant quota yearly.
And the goose is how old?
Oh, this Herbie is about 5 years old.
Okay.
But he is neat. And one of my last things here, because I've been practicing it real hard. You remember this?
I remember this. All right. This is the.
We've been
Working
working
the
with
audience.
this plastic bag should this time bring him back.
Okay, he's gonna fly into the audience and come back.
Yeah, he should.
Okay.
Henry, come here.
It's Henry the Crow. The last time he just took off and sat up there. Hi, Herb. How are you? Thank you very much. Can I get you a lozenge?
Come here, Henry. Come here.
All right. Now Henry will, on command, fly off into the audience.
Henry.
All right. How are we doing on time here?
How much time?
Just about a minute for Henry to fly up there.
Henry says, fuck you.
Okay. Now will he come back though? The cold audience there. It's this guy in the front row. Matt started it earlier. Come on, Henry. All right, Herb. We'll get to you. Come on, Henry.
Henry, come here, please.
Come on down, Henry.
Henry.
That's it.
I don't think Henry is in the mood to listen tonight.
These are wonderful animals.
It would be.
Get the poison toads out of here.
Henry did the same thing the last episode. He just hung out in the audience. He wouldn't come back.
It's a lot of trouble to get these guys in here, but we certainly appreciate
I wonder how they eventually got him back. Like if they got everyone out without
It's a famous trick.
letting him fly through the door, or if they had everyone like part like the Red Sea.
Oh yeah, and June is Zoo and Aquarium month, so
It's probably very overwhelming.
everybody will go visit your local zoo.
All right,
All the lighting, all the cameras, all the people, all the noise. Like the applause is so loud. I don't think Henry was in the mood tonight. It's the late night dog act. Oh, Henry.
just finishing up some monkey chow.
I was gonna say finishing up the mealworms. It's cute. He's adorable. I love Jack Hanna. He's a sweetie patootie pot pie. Maybe, I don't know. In my head, he's a sweetie patootie pot pie. Boy, you're hungry. Eat your food, my son. Good boy. So fancy and smart with his little automatic feeder. Gunther, you've got to stop licking the inside of your legs. And then rubbing your eyes. Son. Gunther has eye drops now, and he got a little allergy shot to help any like allergic inflammation. So that should be knocking itself out soon. We're gonna skip his next month of Silencia and see if that makes any difference. And Tank, I think I'm gonna skip his Silencia too, even though he's not really having a reaction other than he's hungrier and was a little more agitated. But he got just a generic inflammation shot or anti-inflammation shot the other day. And I feel like that's helped more, at least in the short term so far, than the Silencia. Like, he's letting me pet his back end, which is... I thought that was just a residual effect of the sedation, but no, I think it's the shot. So we might switch to that one. It seems like it's working more directly and has less side effects, which is good. A funny story about Tank's pupils. So they're still a little wonky today. Let me see. My little big head boy. They're still a little wonky today. Like, his droopy eye is a bigger pupil than his regular eye. It tends to always be more rounded, and the other one is like more of a sharp shape, if that makes sense. So they're still uneven, but I thought, you know what? Like, what if he was always like this? I mean, the sedation really did increase the amount that it was shrinking and different, but this is a picture from 2024. And this is a picture from 2025 where he's like looking in the light, so they're more thinner. His eyes have just always been like that. Which he could have had trauma at some point on the side of his droopy eye, and maybe that's why that pupil was a little bit weird, but it's healed and it's okay for now. Like, we did an eye pressure and a tear pressure test to see if there's any glaucoma, which there's not. There doesn't appear to be any corneal pressure affecting him, so he's not bothered by any of it. There's nothing nefarious going on in there. But now I'm venturing on the side of, I just never noticed his eyes were like that. Probably because he's always a little droopy on that side. And he, used to bite a lot more, so I don't think I ever, looked up into his eyes like that. I feel bad for not noticing that sooner, but they have always been like that to some extent. So, I panicked a little bit for nothing, but that's okay. Better to panic for nothing than not. The next step for diagnostics anyway would be to see a specialist to check if there's any corneal issues, etc. If it continues to bother, or if it starts to bother him at all. At this point, I don't think we need to see the specialist for it, but maybe later in life it will start to bother him. So at that point, we'd need to see a specialist for it. Little asymmetrical buddy, yeah. I think he probably just had some kind of, probably another cat swipe or God knows what, some kind of trauma on that side, and that's how he is now. So, I overreacted a little bit, but it was more pronounced post-sedation, which was scary. Like, when I noticed it on stream, and I'm like, oh God, don't panic, but panic. But I'd say okay. He is always a little nerd. And that's it's one of his cute little quirks. He's enjoyed me visiting him on an hourly basis the last few days, to where I'm like, are you okay? Let me take a picture of your eye. Are you okay? Are you okay? He okay? But my vet wanted an update today of how his eyes were doing, and before I gave the update, I'm like, let me look back at old pictures and like just see what the difference is. And there is no difference. Oops. My little googly eye child. I love him so much. He's my little googler. So we're in the clear for that, which, you know, I appreciate. Everyone just likes to keep me on my toes. Tank's like, I suddenly have weird eyes, but guess what? JK, I've had them all along. Gunther, I want to stop eating and scare the hell out of you, Mom, but I'll eat cookies. Oh yeah, I just don't like my wet food anymore. I have a bone to pick with you about that, sir. You scared me for no reason. And I don't know why Gunther didn't tell me, because he used to very aggressively tell me when he wanted food. And he just said nothing this time. He was like, I'll just starve to death. You don't want to feed me the food that I like, so I'll just starve to death. Like, what the fuck? They do like keeping me on my toes. It's what they do best. Whether they're running under my feet and I'm almost falling, or whether something is going on and is strange. I think they know I overreact and they just like to trigger me. Special attention time. If I act like something is wrong, I'll get special attention. Like the kid who wants to stay home from school and be babied, so he just like fakes sick. And then Mom brings toast and soup and forehead kisses and juice and all the good stuff. They just want some extra special attention. They don't want to go to the work of life. They don't want to go to the school of hard knocks anymore. Oh, they are so lucky. Their life is so easy. You literally are catered upon every second of your existence. Boya's like, oh yeah, then hand feed me this kibble, bitch. I shouldn't have to dig for it. You can be an independent boy. You can do it. Speaking of hungry babies, though, I think it's time for you guys to have dinners and meds, and for Mom to eep a little eep. I really need to get things done tomorrow, and tomorrow what is it even like outside right now? Tomorrow it's gonna be bad out. Like it rained all day, and then it's gonna freeze and snow tonight. I think it already is. Oy. I don't even know. Not lice. I don't even know what it's gonna be like tomorrow. It's gonna be slippery. 14 hours ago, 19 hours ago, 3 hours ago, we had big bad storms. 7 hours ago.
Kylie Miller back with us now and has the latest on the first alert forecast.
So we have that severe storm threat continuing for the rest of the evening into the early overnight, but mainly it's going to be before 9 p.m. Now, the National Weather Service did just issue that severe thunderstorm watch for portions of Chicagoland and then back over to northwest Indiana. So for places including Kankakee, Newton, Jasper County, LaPorte County, back into Porter County, and Lake County under that severe thunderstorm. It is going to be dealing with these scattered rain showers and these
That's all already happened.
And then once we do cool off, that storm threat will basically diminish, but it's still going to stay very windy. And then on the backside of this system, we're talking about a rain-snow combination closer to about 11 o'clock, if not midnight, and then midnight onward through the Monday morning commute.
Yeah, it's going to be freezing, so it's going to be so slippery. I have to be so careful with Diesel.
We're talking about accumulating snow. Plus,
If I don't have him on a tight leash, he will take me sledding.
Hovering pretty steadily in those low 20s and falling during the afternoon. We're talking about that fluffy snowfall, so that's going to actually help give us some decent accumulations, especially across our northern communities. And we'll also have to
This is most annoying, though, because it's going to deter my attempt at trapping the next few days, depending on what it's going to be like.
In weather alert mode.
Tuesday and
advisory
Wednesday.
starts tonight at 10 p.m. expires 1 p.m. on your Monday for Lake County, Illinois, Northern Cook County, back into DuPage County, and then even into LaSalle County. LaPorte
Gonna
County
go from 24 to 59 this week.
Tuesday, and the reason why is because we are going to be seeing some lake-enhanced snowfall really favoring portions of northwest Indiana. The higher totals
Bro.
about 4 to 6
Just in a skateboard modern dog sled team. I mean, I do have Chauncey's ramp still on the porch. Just gotta slide off of it. It's schizo weather, but it's literally typical Midwest weather. It's so stupid. We have the most stupid springs. It's like this every year. Generally I mean, we do still generally get snow this time of year, but not as extreme as today where it's thunderstorms into snowstorms. But the temperature is pretty typical for the area, which is wild.
From about 0 to -10. So it's really going to be cold as we do look ahead to
Start your day with the heater on, you'll end your day with the AC on.
Into our Wednesday, we are going to be
It's going to be brutal cold tomorrow. God.
Those snow showers will
Poor outdoor
continue to move
babies.
through, could give us more snowfall accumulations. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. And then as we look ahead to the end of the week.
So Tuesday we should be able to have some buddies come through, hopefully, unless they're holding up warm. And then Thursday honestly would be ideal to release, because pick up evening Wednesday and then 24 hours into Thursday, or even like 12 to 24 hours into Friday. Those would be warmer days.
Week and over the weekend, our temperature.
Really hope I can get someone in to get them fixed.
I'm gonna be back
I really hope. Otherwise, I just have to reschedule it. We had a lot of record highs this winter. I feel like we had a couple too, because we had some random odd like false spring times. Over like the last month. 9 days ago. Three months, 5 years ago. Tell me more about the snow you put. I guess not. I guess not. It's the weather, Ollie. It's gonna rain. Except this time it's gonna snow. Flowers are really confused. I can only imagine. Some of my ground covers started to pop up, and just the last couple of days I noticed the grass was getting green. Like, don't get too excited there, friend. And sure enough, it was 86 by you last week. Oh my god. And 24 hours later, it was 30.5 inches of snow. Jesus Christ. 2 hours after that, 45 sunny. Most of the snow melt. What is going on in the world? I don't know if I can handle that all in a day. Like, this is pretty extreme to me today. I would feel like I'm having a psychotic breakdown, I think, if I experienced like 3 days of weather in one day. At least it melted and went back to warmer, but sheesh. I always feel kind of bad for like the sky then too. Like, that was such wasted effort. You tried, but it did not ultimately go that way. Well, may we all stay either cozy or chilled this week, depending on what kind of weather we're having. May we all stay just comfy. And crossing fingers and paws. Yeah, at least looking chilled. Do I have sunglasses out here? I feel like I do somewhere, but I'm too tired to know where. Somewhere. I think my Harley ones are out here though, but I don't know where. Those are the ones I was really looking for. Chilled. Serena for president. Whether it actually comes out that way or not, I will set up the expectation for the forecast to be comfy every day. I like that movie. Almost Famous. It's kind of annoying with the annoying girl trope, but otherwise it was a very good movie. I'm just a bitch, though. I'm easily annoyed. These are dusty. Is the world less rose-colored? They're not as dusty. Dusty, dusty. Oh, these have a tiny crack at the top. Oh, that has an even bigger crack on the top over there. Welp. There we go. Chilled. Jesus Christ, Boya. Oh, it's a 2-for-1 deal. That's why we're spinning around and kicking around. Okay, now I gotta go to bed because this is fooling me into thinking that I'm not under lights anymore as intensely. It's like pre-gaming the sleep. It make me tired. Tired girl. Thank you all for a wonderful night, Club Cult. Thank you for your time, your chats, your company, and your support very, very much. Thank you for being used, but more than anything, thank you for your time. But yeah, I'd like to try to speak. If you'll allow me that courtesy. I suppose not. Says no. You need the sound effects, Mom. Okay. Okay. Please do not ever forget how valuable your time is, and thank you so much for yours. You can make more money, you can make more friends, you can make more scrunchies. You can make more... I just take this out and it's fluffy already. Ramen noodle sticky notes. You cannot make more time. And thank you so much for yours. Whether it is 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, we don't see you again for 2 years. When our times collide. It's beautiful, magical, amazing, and wonderful. I am a grateful girly. I am indeed. You guys would like to keep up with me offline. Jesus, happened to the disky boo as I just shout over the madness beside me. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff, the socials, some more fun stuff. The schedule for when I will see you bubs next, roughly-ish. I have not updated it for this week, so bear with me on that. It is approximately true. In approximation. Thank you all oh so mucho for being a part of and being so wonderfully supportive with the Stream the Dreams project. I'm gonna start preemptively crossing fingers and paws for this Tuesday. That it will work out. Did anyone stop by tonight in the weather or in between the weathers? I kind of doubt it. It was very, very rainy. Usually no one stops by in the rain. Only Tank used to stop by in the rain. Oh, Gigi was out and about doing a lot. She did the most amazing thing last night. When Chauncey passed, and it was like the night after he had passed and I was in with her, that was when she ate in front of me for the first time, like, excitedly. And last night she ended up, might have tried to take a video of it. I don't know if I succeeded in that. Try not to bother her too much with my phone. She was just sitting next to me for like a good couple of minutes. She just gave me her time. We did a couple of slow blinks. It was pretty amazing. She even looked away from me a couple times, which like is kind of telling me that she trusts me. She's not like watching me, waiting for me to like do whatever she thinks I'm going to do. I was very proud of her. I think they have like this sixth sense of either I'm more calm when I'm sad, or she knew that I needed a win or something. I don't know. Oh, one of the fat raccoons is trying to eat. One of the fat raccoons brought their friend last night. It was like a group effort. Yeah. Where did the fat raccoon stop by? They're so funny, I swear to God. Just wondering what happened to Douglas Adams. Interestingly enough, and I don't know quite why, so the SSL method says... Here's the goofies. We brought a friend. Little fat boy brought a friend. Jeez Louise. And then there's like, oh, there's no food. We gotta run away. We're over it. Rah, 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 rah. The SSL method says to be very careful about using your phone so it's not making external sounds. But I'm a lazy fuck, and if I'm gonna doom scroll, then I'm gonna listen to a little bit doom scrolling. I don't know if it's like the sounds of the phone, or if it's just me being like locked into my attention on something else. She seems to be responding to me just like watching reels or TikToks while I'm in there. She's much more willing to come out and observe and be a part of the process, which I don't want to just like doom scroll and ignore you guys on stream. So I'm sorry we haven't been more included in the tame the feral process. But that's what's working for her right now. So we're just gonna stick with it for a little bit. See where it takes us. The raccoon brought a date. It's like, I know this spot over here. And then they're closed or they're out of business. Gotta bring a friend for a night out of the town. It was just so funny. Usually the big fat one, the big mama, ow. I can't see. Comes out all on her own. And she brought a little buddy this time. And floofle in my eye. It's very amusing though. Naked Butt and Almost Gunther got into an argument last night. And I was stupid and I heard them yowling at each other. So I went outside and thinking back, I shouldn't have gone outside. I should have just let them figure it out on their own. So now I can think of that for next time. But I went into mama mode over Almost Gunther. And Naked Butt being aggressive. And I got scared, so I went out and I did a little, hey, what are you guys doing? And then they both ran. And thinking back, like, if they were going to get into a fight, it should have been here, not running and spooked by a third party, because then I can't help them if someone gets hurt. Now, Naked Butt was being really, really a lot last night, though. It makes me wonder if Almost Gunther is a girl, and if Naked Butt is a girl, too. Because Naked Butt was being very, very vocal, and it's breeding season, so... we shall see. It's been a few days since Naked Butt has been by, though. And there's actual Gunther. Do you see someone? He's staring intently out the window. One of Tank's sons is gonna be in the window. Watch. What are you looking for? Oh, there's snow. Do you see that? There's snow. I don't know what I was expecting, but there's snow. I don't see any buddies, my friend. I think it's just the branches hitting the window. Probably upset by being named Naked Butt. Have me pissing and moaning. I don't know what to call him. It's this pretty big, like probably Voya-sized tabby. That appears to be missing hair on its rear end, which is common with a flea allergy. So it'll be like itching around their ass and like pulling their hair out. So their rear flank will be a bit naked. Hoping that's the case instead of like being in an animal fight or something worse like mange. But I don't know what to call that one. That one's pretty new to come around. So it's the first time I saw it. It has Naked Butt, and that's Naked Butt. NB. Naked Butt. I can't have personal names for them, otherwise I get way too invested in them. Like Voya, he's the SGB of the KGB, Skinny Gray Boy. It's usually descriptive names. Like Bear is kind of bearish. Almost Gunther almost looks like Gunther. Asshole Jones was an asshole. Really does make me happy that he adopted one of my neighbors, or one of my neighbors adopted him, and that someone loves him because he was kind of an asshole. Probably just needed to be neutered, but I didn't know about TNR stuff then. Oh, Gunther's looking at himself in the mirror. Oh, my eye is really bothering me. He's looking at his little handsome self. All I'm gonna be named with a B. SGB? Skinny gray boy? Dang! What is the universe trying to tell me? Find someone with a B last name? Jesus Christ. PB, NB. Oh man. Oh dang. There is a repeating trend there. That's an excellent point. Whoops. Boy is the only one who got 3 letters though. He's special. But that's because he used to just stand like a statue. Just a little. Just a statue. Just a statue. My ex at the time, it's like I always thought he was a statue sitting there. I never thought it was anything. Because he worked nights. He would drop off goodies for me at night. Cigarettes or food or a stuffed animal or something. See boy in front. Being a statue. Zoo beans. That is a good point. Why am I putting B's on this? You're supposed to throw some D's on that bitch, not throw some B's on that bitch. Trying to think of other names I've had for the outside buddies. What did I call Charlie? Before Charlie was Charlie. I didn't even realize she had a mustache and I thought she was a boy. I think I just called her Little Buddy. I think I just called her Buddy. I think I would be saying it in whatever video of whenever I took her home. Or brought her in. Cat, December. Be what? 2023 going into 2024? I think. Yeah, there's Charlie's first day. She is most displeased at being indoors. Let's see if I can find. Aw, that's such a nice picture of Gunther and Voya. I should frame that. They're so cute. Gunther got a little chunky when I first adopted him. Let's see, there's her outside.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
They're just calling her Kitty?
Yeah, kitty, 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 kitty. See, I don't care about you. I want the food. I get it.
It was so cold out. And I didn't have my big jacket on because I didn't want to scare her.
But you came back. You always do. I'm proud of you. It's cold out though, baby.
She was shaking and shivering.
Hungry, baby.
Once I saw her shivering, all bets were off.
Hi.
Oh. Bubba, that's what I was calling Charlie.
It's too cold outside, you're shivering. You were shivering.
She was very upset.
You were shivering.
Very upset.
You were shivering.
Which I understand
I know you
now
don't
because
know
I
what house
took
is.
her away from her children, basically, even though they were like 6 months old then, but she was upset. Bubba, that's what I called her. Bubba. Little buddy, you cracked the algorithm for the Serena naming convention. I feel like Buddy is like my my empathetic. I'm not saying that right. My empathetic term. It's what I first called Ringo. It's what I was soothing Tiger with. It's just, oh buddy, oh buddy, oh buddy. Oh God, it's freezing rain right now. I can hear the ice chunks hitting the window. Yeah, I gotta take the dogs out before this gets worse. I don't want to be out in this. How cold is it right now? It's funny though. Crack the Serena code. Chair friends, the chair buddies. Oh my goodness. They were very clingy with each other when I first adopted Gunther. It's exactly freezing right now. And then it only gets colder. It only gets colder. Gunther was, I would say, a very insecure cat when I brought him home. He wasn't really certain of anything in life. And he's much more chill. He's always been sweet. He was never like fractious by any means, but except when begging for food, which is why I'm surprised that he just like Wilbured and let it go, but okay, now we know. You're staring at your little handsome self. He's actually watching. He's staring at me in the mirror, which is kind of creepy. I love that for you, buddy. Foya's hankering for his crunchy munchies. It's gonna be so cold out. Oh. 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 Alright, Club Cult. My Club Cult buddies. Thank you all again for a wonderful night. Get some good eats. Get some good eats. Do me one favor until I see you next, and that is, remember that you are wonderful, amazing, spectacular, fantastic, phenomenal, oh so amazing, oh so marvelous, oh so gorgeous, and all the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little, don't have pockets, but hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating suspended animation, wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet babos. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Make good choices. Don't do anything Voya or I wouldn't do, but he's clearly plotting, so choose your own adventure on that one. I hope you all get some good sleep, too. Thank you, Cytogenics. Cross fingers and paws that we can start this week, not physically or metaphorically sliding on our asses uncontrollably. Thank you for being here for the stream, Van Topher. I appreciate you. Thank you all for being wonderful. Thank you for being your marvelous selves. I shall see you all for the next one. Get some good eeps. Some good munchies. Cross fingers and paws. Have a good week this week. We got this. We're totally in charge of that. It can happen. I have faith. We're gonna play some Store this week. It can't be a bad week. There we go. Throw some salt. It's perfect. Get some good CPs, and I will see you above soon. Good night, Club Cult. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being you.